I would like to welcome everyone at the conference, How Do We Feel About Democracy? Results of European Social Survey. The event is organized by Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Polish Academy of Sciences, and Graduate School of Social Research at the Polish Academy of Sciences. So I would like to ask Professor Rychard, Andrzej Rychard, Director of the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Polish Academy of Sciences, to start the conference.
Thank you very much. It's my honor to welcome all of the participants here. And I have learned yesterday that it's already 10th ESS conference organized by the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology. So there is already at least 10 years tradition of the conference. Even more than that, because we do not organize this conference every year. So Institute of Philosophy and Sociology is with ESS from the very beginning, as we know. And therefore, I am greatly honored to have this opportunity to talk to you in the very beginning of the conference, which is devoted to the problems of democracy. How do we feel about democracy? That's a crucial topic in present days. We all know that we are living in the times of instability and uncertainty. And during that times, I think it's particularly important to have stable and certain instruments to study the instability. And that's what ESS is about. Thanks to its methodology, the quality of data, the quality of the analysis, we can see the deep changes and how they are reflected, or whether they are or not reflected in the consciousness, attitudes and behavior, patterns of behavior of European society. That's something which is crucial, particularly right now, during the war. I have learned again yesterday that part of our field work during the last edition of ESS was done before Russian aggression, and part of data was collected right after the aggression. This is, after all, dramatic, significance of this. This provokes to ask the question whether we are in a situation of having at our disposal sort of natural experiment data. And I believe that those who are involved in the analysis of ESS will take this into account and, for example, think about a possibility of creating a new variable which, under control of for other factors, which can be used to explain possibly changes or the absence of changes in some attitudes, depending on whether the data were collected before or after the beginning of aggression. That's just a small example showing how important are ESS data for us and for better understanding of democracy. Just recently, The Economist has published its last edition of Democracy Index, and which was not that surprising. Russia is the biggest loser in terms of place in this democracy ranking. But there are other countries which changed their position, and I believe that we can also think about how these index are related to what ESS tells us about democracy and people's feelings about democracy. So basically that's all I wanted to say. We are very proud here at the Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, which is the leading institution in the empirical research in sociology in Poland. So we are very proud to have all of you here, and I wish you a very fruitful conference and very interesting discussion. Thank you very much.
And we should have connection with Professor Rory Fitzgerald, European Social Survey Director from London, City University of London.
Yeah, thank you very much, Michael, and thank you for the invitation to speak to you today. I'm very sorry I can't be with you. Unfortunately, there's been a range of other ESS events happening at the same time. I would love to have been there with you. This crucial event on the topic of democracy and how Europeans feel about democracy. Thank you very much to the current national coordinator, Michał Kotnarowski, for hosting the event. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank his two predecessors who were so passionate about ESS in the earlier rounds, Pavel and Franek Stavarsky, who were really part of family of the ESS ever since the beginning. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank them also for everything they've done and to wish Michał all success in his role as national coordinator. As was noted in the opening remarks, Poland has been part of European Social Survey since the beginning. It's been every round of the ESS, and actually has the highest number of data users of any country in Central and Eastern Europe. So it's clearly a key part of the fabric of European Social Survey. So it's fantastic that the Democracy Conference is taking place today in Warsaw. European Social Survey Round 10, which the data that's being discussed today at the conference is largely based upon, of course, was a very difficult round for many countries taking part in the ESS. Fieldwork was taking place during the pandemic, so many countries had to stop and start the fieldwork. Interviewers had to conduct interviews with respondents whilst they were wearing masks and social distancing and being careful with the show parts that they were handling. In other countries, including Poland, countries actually had to change
their data collection methodology away from face-to-face interviews to conducting interviews online and on paper self-completion. So it was a massive undertaking for our national coordinators, whether they were doing ESS face-to-face or had moved to this new data collection methodology. And the impact of that change in the data collection in ESS Round 10 is having a really significant effect on the long-term future of the European Social Survey, where a perhaps inevitable change away from face-to-face data collection will now be happening in 2027 in all countries, where they will be moving to this new self-completion methodology. And in Poland in particular, thanks to the excellent work of Michał and his team, the switch from face-to-face to self-completion methodology was realised in Poland. Perhaps we thought Poland would be a very difficult place to make this change, this new methodology. And I think we were very impressed and relieved really by the results in Poland, which we can build on for the future. So congratulations to everyone in Poland who was involved in that change. When we think specifically of the topic of democracy, really is a crucial time for this topic around the world. We've seen direct attacks on democracy in places like the United States, where there was essentially an attempted coup by the far right in America to try and overturn democracy. We've even seen arrests in Germany about people perhaps plotting to try to undermine democracy. In my own country, the United Kingdom, we've seen many difficulties with the democratic process, like Parliament being suspended, and lots of controversy, for example, around potential foreign interference in our own Brexit referendum. And of course, in many other countries in Europe, it's a difficult time for the democratic process. So what better time to have this repeat rotating module? I'm really looking forward to staying to hear the presentation from Hanspeter Kriesi. The moment to see, is there a democracy crisis in Europe? This will be a fascinating topic, and I would urge all of those authors who are involved in producing the democracy book and all of you today at the conference to try to think of ways later today that you can get the messages from this conference out beyond the academic field. We know that there's a lot of support for funding the European Social Survey and for its activities, but there's a real pent-up demand, really, an unrealised demand from many policymakers in Europe to hear more about the results that come out from projects like the European Social Survey. At ESS headquarters, we've got a lot of efforts at the moment, for example, to reach out to the Joint Research Centre of the European Commission to try to make them more aware of our findings. And I'd urge the authors of the book, the authors of the questionnaire design module, Monica Ferrin, Hanspeter Kriesi, and all of you there today to try to think if there's the possibility to produce some summarised versions of your findings that we can take to policymakers, to politicians, so they're also aware of the really excellent scientific findings that come out of this project. And finally, I'd also like to take this opportunity, of course, to think of all of our colleagues in the Ukraine. This was mentioned in the beginning, and the terrible aggression towards Ukraine that we've seen from Russia. And I'm delighted to report to all of you that for the 11th round of the ESS, there will be a survey undertaken in the areas of Ukraine under the control of the Ukrainian government. We're currently working with the national coordinators there to develop the questionnaire and the methodology, and that work is being funded by the United Kingdom through the European Social Survey, ERIC. So it's fantastic that we can still cooperate with our colleagues in Ukraine and show them the solidarity that's important at this time. Although unfortunately be the democracy module, it will be the round 11 module, but nevertheless it's a crucial time, I think, to be working with our colleagues in Ukraine. So I'd like to wish you a successful conference today. I hope you have really interesting discussions. Bear in mind the background of the data collection throughout your discussions, and when you get sometimes to those really crucial and advanced scientific discussions, don't of course forget to remember the respondents and how they would have considered and thought about the questions when they were going through it. They of course don't live and breathe the democratic debate in quite the same way that you do, and it's always important for us to remember with survey data sort of the origins of where it came from and the respondents' view in that. So thank you very much, Michael, for the opportunity today, and wishing you all a successful conference.
Okay, thank you, Rory. Now I'd like to also take opportunity to once again welcome all present here in Staszic Palace. I would like to welcome all people on Zoom who are watching us on Zoom. So we had almost 100 submissions for Zoom participation. But also, I would like particularly welcome the Polish European Social Survey team, who made it possible to conduct ESS study in Poland. And especially, I would like to welcome Professor Paweł Szczebiński, who was former national coordinator of ESS in Poland, who was holding this position since the first round of ESS in Poland since 2000. So I would like to ask for applause to Professor Szczebiński. And also, I would like to welcome Professor Franciszek Szczebiński, who was actually co-coordinator of the ESS in Poland for the same period, the whole period. So I took this position in November 2021, and actually everything was possible because of activities of Paweł and Franek, and also their experience. And so, as we say, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. So these are giants of Polish ESS. And I would like to also welcome other colleagues from Polish ESS team. Darek Przybysz, Dorota Laskowska, who is I think not here, Marcin Zieliński, Zbyszek Sawiński, who is here, Jacek Mazurczak. I would also welcome Professor Irina Tomescu-Dubrow, who is director of Graduate School of Social Research of Polish Academy of Sciences, and GSSR, and GSSR supported us a lot with organization of this event and workshop which we had before the event. So here's Irina. And organization of the event is supported by grant for the European Social Survey Round 10, awarded by the Ministry of Education and Science of Republic of Poland, and also PROM grant awarded by the Polish National Agency for Academic Exchange. And now, after this introduction, I would like to move on to democracy issues. So why this conference is called How Do We Feel About Democracy? It's because in this round 10 of European Social Survey, there was a special module of questions related to attitudes, evaluations of democracy, how Europeans view and evaluate democracy. And we have great opportunity that with us, we have authors of this module, actually most of the authors, almost all the authors, together with the leading person in this team, Professor Hanspeter Kriesi, who will give a keynote speech here. Is there a crisis of democracy in Europe? So I'd like to ask Professor Kriesi to give us a speech. Is this one working? Is this mic working or? Oh.
Is working? Yes. Good morning. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk about this question, is there a crisis of democracy in Europe? I shall address this question by discussing the conditions for democracies to survive. And by way of introduction, I show you some general trends, not from the ESS, but from WZB. That's an institute in Gothenburg which provides indicators for the quality of democracy. And what you see here is on the left, the trends in electoral democracy from 1900 to the present, and on the right, zooming in on the period 1960 to the present. The top line is the line for the West, for Western Europe and the United States, and what you see, that dashed black line increases since the 1960s, before slightly decreasing in the most recent past. But overall, democracy, the quality of democracy in the West, and that includes Western Europe, has not suffered very much. And if people talk about backsliding of democracy in that part of the world, it's relatively limited. You see that there are other regions, including Eastern Europe. They have a strange category with Eastern Europe together with Central Asia. I don't know why, but there you see the decline in the more recent past is much more pronounced. But I shall speak about the situation in Europe in particular. And if you look at Europe, then there are two cases of democratic backsliding according to WZB, and that is Poland and Hungary, where democracy, the quality of democracy has definitely declined in the more recent past. But notice, it went down to a level where Serbia, Romania, and Bulgaria had been all along. And notice that Belarus, Russia, and Ukraine are even at a much lower level, even before the recent events. Now, against this background, what I want to do is to discuss first the general conditions for democracy to survive, and then the specific conditions. And the specific conditions concern the opportunities and constraints for the elites, because you will see that I argue that the elites are crucial. I mean, it's fine to do surveys, but we should not lose sight of what the elites are doing. So first, the general conditions. Among the general conditions of this very important is a democratic consensus on the rule of the game among citizens. And I cite Robert Dahl in his preface to Democratic Theory. He said democracy can only work if it can build on a basic social consensus on the rules. that guide the democratic process. Required is a social consensus, not a constitutional arrangement. Formal rules don't do it. And that's the lesson the Americans learned from the Civil War. You have the best constitution of the world, and still you get a civil war. So what you need is a social consensus. In the 60s, in their civic culture, Armin and Werber said more or less the same. Democracies are ultimately rooted in a supportive culture. Stable democracies require supportive attitudes and norms. If citizens hold democratic values, democracies will be safe. We know today that is not necessarily so sure, and I will come back to this. Now, there are fantastic data sets except ESS, and I cite two studies which really, based on tremendous data, show that citizens of consolidated democracies continue to endorse self-governance. They show that the overall trends show stronger support for democracy in the vast majority of European societies from an already high level to begin with. And they show this for the period from the 80s to up to almost today. And Claassen, with a similarly fantastic data set, shows that Armin and Werber were actually right. Public support for democracy does help democracies to survive. But, so in principle, Europeans are for democracy, but they are highly dissatisfied with the democracy they get. And there is great satisfaction in Eastern and Southern Europe, and less satisfaction in Northwestern Europe, but even in the champions of democracy, the Scandinavian countries, there is room to improve. And this dissatisfaction is exploited by radical populist challengers and would-be authoritarians from left and right who benefit from this dissatisfaction. And now I'm talking about the role of those who try to exploit the dissatisfaction, the political elites. More than 100 years ago, Walter Lippmann, in his famous book on public opinion, he wrote, "Public opinion, the common will, the will of the people, is orchestrated, framed, constructed by leaders who manufacture consent." And he said, a revolution is taking place. He wrote at the time of the Russian Revolution, a revolution is taking place infinitely more significant than any shifting of economic power. Persuasion has become a self-conscious art and a regular organ of popular government. Schumpeter, in his famous classic, Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy, said pretty much the same. The will of the people, I cite, is largely not the genuine, but a manufactured will. Manufactured by professional politicians, economic interests, idealists, or the media. That was a long time ago, before we started talking about fake news. Zaller, John Zaller, in his classic, The Nature and Origin of Public Opinion, said essentially the same thing. Public opinion is elite-driven. And he showed something more. He showed that if the elites are consensual on a given issue, the public follows the elites. It's also consensual. If the elites are divided, the public polarizes along party lines, with the most sophisticated members of the public being most polarized. And Druckmann, Peterson, and Slaughter, in a set of very good experiments, show that voters follow party cues. When elites polarize on a given issue, voters polarize as well. And here I show you the most striking example of what I've tried to tell you. What you see here is the share of Republicans and Democrats in the United States who trust the US electoral system. The blue line are the Democrats, the red line are the Republicans, and you see the lines are initially at about the same level. And then what happens? The American presidential elections, November 2020, and the trust in the electoral system of the Republicans precipitously falls down to levels unheard of, while the trust of the Democrats increases a little bit. The Democrats, because they won the elections, but what is really shocking is the decline among the Republicans, and you know why this is the case. Nancy Bermeo, a colleague who has studied the demise of democracy in Europe during the interwar period and in Latin America in the 1960s and 70s, concludes her study by saying it is political elites who increased polarization and deliberately undermined democracy. Importantly, she says that polarization is not sufficient. What is really needed is that these elites deliberately undermine democracy. How do they do it? Violence is no longer an option. In the interwar period, violence, and in Latin America, violence was very important, but today, democracies are undermined legally by stealth, by politicians in power. 2/3 of the contemporary autocratization episodes in democracies have been led by legally elected incumbents. That's an empirical result by 2 Scandinavian colleagues. And Levitsky and Ziblatt say pretty much the same thing. Democracy's primary assailants today are not generals or armed revolutionaries, but rather politicians who eviscerate democracy's substance behind a carefully crafted veneer of legality and constitutionality. The prime example, of course, the US Republicans. They packed the Supreme Court and they changed the electoral rules in the member states where they have a majority in the state Congress, and they do so by introducing rules which disqualify certain parts of the population from voting, and these are, by chance, the populations that vote Democratic. Now, I was a bit fast. I come to the second part of what I want to say, to the specific conditions for the political elites. That is, to the opportunities and constraints the political elites are facing and which decide to what extent they can possibly undermine democracy in the way I have described. And I have a set of conditions. The first condition is institutional opportunities and constraints. There are the liberal checks and balances, and in the United States, these liberal checks and balances have been very important so far. There is the electoral system, and this is a condition which is usually not mentioned, but which I think is extremely important. There are majoritarian or nearly majoritarian systems which allow the would-be autocrats to gain power undivided. And there are proportional systems which force them to share power with coalition partners. Now, Juan Linz and the comparative political scientists have always been very suspicious of majoritarian systems. And I confirm that majoritarian systems are much more dangerous than proportional systems, because in proportional systems, everybody has to share power, cannot get power undivided. When would-be autocrats get power undivided, they get an opportunity to implement their project of political renewal, and they may become a major threat for democracy. There are partisan constraints and opportunities. Now, Levitsky and Ziblatt, in their book, How Democracies Die, put the accent on these conditions. They say parties are the essential gatekeepers of democracy. And they advise parties to isolate and defeat extremist forces and to distance themselves from authoritarian forces. Juan Linz, in his analysis of the Weimar Republic, said pretty much the same thing. He distinguished between loyal, semi-loyal, and disloyal oppositions in democratic regimes. The disloyal oppositions were the fascists and the communists at the time, and the semi-loyal ones were the conservatives and the liberals. And he argues that the semi-loyals supported the disloyals on their own side by looking away, tolerate them, or even justify the undemocratic proceedings of the radical disloyal opposition. So the semi-loyals are particularly dangerous, and the exhibit number 1 of the semi-loyals are, of course, the US Republicans who closed ranks behind Trump. But we also have semi-loyals in Europe. We have the European People's Party, which for a long time tolerated Orban in its own ranks, and only after many years of toleration enhanced measures against Orban, which led to Orban's exit from the party. Partisan strategies to counter would-be authoritarians, however, are not so clearly on the distancing side. I would argue that there are 2 strategies, and distancing, or the cordon sanitaire, is only one of them. There is also engagement and coordination. And there is a paper by Heinze which studies the strategies of the Scandinavian parties with respect to the radical right in the Nordic countries. And she shows that there is a gradual change in the Nordic countries from distancing strategies to engaging strategies. By now, even in Sweden, as we know, where the radical right tolerates a right-wing government, even in Sweden, they cooperate. I cannot go into the details of the conditions when you should choose disengagement or you should choose engagement, but the conditions have to do with the radicality of the ideology of these parties themselves, with the behavior of the other political parties and competitors, with the importance of the immigration issue in the polity, and the 4th condition I forgot. The next set of constraints and opportunities are the international ones. Levitsky and Ziblatt wrote a book about the external leverage and linkage to promote democracy. And one example is, of course, the European Union's membership conditionality. Those who wanted to get in 2004 had to accept the acquis communautaire, and the acquis communautaire included democratic principles. But the European Union found out that it is easier to impose democratic principles on non-members who want to get in than on members who are already in. Disciplining members is pretty difficult. Now, more recently, the European Union found the rule of law mechanism, which ties budget money to respect for EU values. And this mechanism in the more recent past got some traction, at least with respect to Hungary. Markets are an external constraint. The Italian government formation in 2018 is an example. The new popular government in 2018 wanted to nominate a finance minister who was Eurosceptic. Now, the markets reacted immediately, and what is called in Italy law spread, the difference between the interest rate on the German bonds and the Italian bonds, increased very rapidly. And the government retracted, withdrew the proposal of the candidate, and lo and behold, the spread went down again. War, of course, is an international constraint, as we have learned more recently. We didn't, at least I didn't think that it would be possible that authoritarian regimes could, by force, try to end a democracy. But as we know, it happens. Then there are specific historical events like wars, revolutions. Bermeo suggests in her analysis that historical revolutions create political opportunities. Thus, the Bolshevik Revolution created political opportunities for the left, for left-wing entrepreneurs. But the threat posed by these left-wing mobilizations led to counter-reactions from the right, which, as we know, were more successful mobilizations than those from the left. Similarly, the Cuban Revolution in the 60s and 70s was an opportunity for left-wing entrepreneurs in movements in Latin America. But as we also know, the US reaction to the threat of left-wing takeovers strengthened right-wing forces, which subdued the left for a long time. Now, what are the contemporary events? There are strongmen across the world: Xi Jinping, Putin, Erdogan, Modi, Trump, Orban. Do they constitute a threat for European democracy? I don't answer the question. I think we should think about it. There are a lot of books now about strongmen and the rise of authoritarian leaders across the world. I would like to stress the last condition. In democracies, voters impose important constraints on leaders. Democracy has the power of self-correction. It is unique among political regimes because it has the possibility that voters throw out the rascals. That's one question of the ESS. The question is, how reliable is this mechanism? I was more optimistic in the past. And there are critics who say that's the blind spot of our conventional measures of support of democracy. People support democracy, but if it comes down to it, are they willing to act on their commitment to democracy? So precisely when democracy is at stake, for various reasons, voters might not be willing to act. First reason, voters' democracy may erode because long-term dissatisfaction may spill over to support of principles. That is Easton, 1975. He talked about spillover from specific support to diffuse support. Bermeo, in her study, found an astonishing passivity of the voters in the face of democratic breakdown. And she says, first of all, it's the result of ignorance. People didn't know what was going to happen when they voted in authoritarian rulers. And authoritarian rulers used their measures step by step, not one day to the next, they changed the rules. It had happened surreptitiously. So voters didn't see it coming. The second mechanism she talks about is fear. Preference for life and physical security may have been stronger than the preference for democracy. And we are told that this is the key mechanism in Russia. But note that fear may be overcome. There was a civil war in Spain. People tried to stop the authoritarians. In Burma, they tried. In Belarus, they certainly tried. It's hard to do. But fear is not sacrosanct. Bartels, he looks at Poland and Hungary, and it says, the reasons for the acceptance of the regime is output legitimacy. So the citizens flourished economically. They were satisfied with the economy, and the satisfaction with the economy increased ESS data by 3 points between 2009 and 2019 on the 11-point scale in these countries. As did satisfaction with the national government. It also increased, albeit from a very low level. Now, Graham and Swolik add another argument. They did an experiment in the United States which showed that voters may acquiesce for reasons of partisanship. Voters have double standards. They are willing to trade off democratic principles for partisan ends. If it suits their own candidate, they are ready to violate democratic principles with respect to the opposition's candidate or the adversarial candidate. King Z et al. Show an equally troubling experimental result, again from the United States. When their own party is in power, effectively polarized partisans exhibit less support for the democratic rules of the game than when their party is in opposition. So to buttress one's own power, one is ready to look away, tolerate, or even justify if somebody is not so democratic. But we don't even need experimental evidence. We see it in our newspaper. Most of the Republican voters still think that the 2020 election has been stolen. That is, they consider Biden's victory as illegitimate. I finally come up with some ESS data. We have new data, brand new for the time being for 25 countries. And I can show you the change in satisfaction with the way democracy works in some countries. And I can show you the change in the commitment to democracy in some countries. Commitment to democracy means that you support at least the basic principles of liberal democracy. And I will show you the increase or percentage increase or decline in commitment, and the change, it's not the percentage, it's the change in the scale values for satisfaction. First, satisfaction. You see in some countries satisfaction goes down, in some countries satisfaction goes up. This is the first message. There is no general trend. And you also see that it's an 11-point scale. The changes are not so big. Now, look at the country where satisfaction went down most. It's Poland. Bulgaria, Sweden, Hungary were also countries where satisfaction went down considerably, and even Germany a little bit. On the other hand, it's the Baltic countries, Lithuania and Estonia, but also the Czech Republic, where satisfaction went up. And then in the middle, there are Western European countries. And here is the change in commitment. Here, Poland doesn't stick out. The commitment to basic liberal democratic values in Poland didn't change. It changed in Italy, above all places. So the Italian and the Hungarians. So the Hungarians are both on the negative side for satisfaction and for principles. The Poles are on the negative side for satisfaction, but not for principles. The Baltic countries are on the positive side for both. And you see the Finns and the Dutch and the Slovaks also have increasing support. But again, the picture is not converging, let's say. It goes in both directions, depending on the country And I would submit, depending on the political situation in the country and on the dealings and wheelings of the political elites in those countries. Now, wrapping up, what did I tell you? First of all, it's important to recognize that conflict, and I would include the word polarization here, is the normal state of affairs in democratic politics. As long as the conflict is managed within the rules of democratic politics, as long as there is a consensus on the rules, there's no danger to democracy. Europeans firmly support the rules of democratic politics if you ask them, like we do in the ESS, even if they are dissatisfied with the way democracy works in their own country, they are principled supporters of democracy. There may be an erosion because of spillover effects, but so far it has been limited to some countries. However, the real danger for democracy comes from political elites who increase polarization and deliberately undermine democracy for their own purposes. This danger from elites is magnified if the would-be autocrats get power undivided because of favorable institutional conditions and partisan strategies. Authoritarian elites in power emaciate democracy legally by changing the liberal and electoral conditions of liberal democracy state by step, and the citizens might accept this undermining of rules under certain conditions out of ignorance, acquiescence due to fear, indifference, increased well-being, or partisanship, which are valued more than democratic principles. This is where my increasing pessimism comes from. Citizens might not act on their principles in all cases. The real gatekeepers of democracy are opposing elites who either distance themselves or engage with the would-be authoritarians, depending on the circumstances. You cannot, I don't think it's correct to say they have to distance themselves under all circumstances. There are circumstances, like in the Scandinavian countries today, where engagement is probably the more productive strategy. And finally, an afterthought. Of course, Macmillan, the British Prime Minister, was once asked what was important in politics. He said, events, my boy, events. Because you cannot foresee them, and they hit you unexpectedly, and we don't know. It's very hard to predict in political science. You don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you, Hanspeter, for lecture. And we are a bit behind the schedule. However, I think we can afford for 2 questions. So, please.
There were 2 diagrams in your speech. The first one showing the changes across time in support for democracy, and the second one which showed the differences across time in commitment to democracy. Since the distribution of these results was very different, could you specify once again what is the difference between support and commitment?
It was satisfaction. So it is satisfaction with the way democracy works in your country. Yes. So the polls are less satisfied in 2021 than in 2012 with the way democracy works in their country. And the other one is commitment. So the polls are here in the middle. They are equally committed to democratic values as they were in 2012.
So that's the difference between idea and practice.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what we...
So polls are dissatisfied Democrats.
You say it. Yes, they are good Democrats, but what they get in terms of democracy is not exactly to their liking, at least on average. These are country averages. We will analyze in more detail who are these people who get more dissatisfied and who are those, there might be Poles who are more satisfied today. So these are country averages.
So I can add also from my analysis that supporters of ruling party in Poland are satisfied with the way how democracy works, and all supporters for oppositions are, let's say, less satisfied, but still they have high expectations towards democracy.
This is pretty unsurprising. But it shows that the voters are maybe not so principled. The voters of the current governing party might abandon their principles in favor of their party being in government and being the ruling party. But that's not a specific Polish condition. That's something these experiments in the United States showed. And it's something which, I mean, the Republicans are the extreme case. They still think, against all evidence possible, that Trump actually won the elections. I mean, it's crazy, but it's the fact which makes me a bit more skeptical about the self-correcting mechanisms of democracy. I must say, I held this, I wrote a paper some years ago where I was much more optimistic with respect to this self-correcting mechanism. And the Trump experience is really a watershed, I would say.
Do we have more questions? One more? If not, so actually it's good. So then, okay, once again, thank you, Hanspeter Kriesi from EUI Florence. And right now I would like to invite Professor Monika Ferrin from University of A Coruña and Professor Enrique Hernandez, Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona. And they will present like more detailed results of from the last round of European Social Survey, especially results concerning how Europeans view and evaluate democracy.
Yep. This is very. Shushi, I'm very fast. You see. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here to present what we have been doing so far with all the team of scholars that are here in the room. Enrique and I will give you a broad overview of what we have been trying to measure with this round 10, but this started already in round 6. So round 10 is a repeat module of something we already started in round 6. So I'll give you a few of details about the ideas underlying these two modules, and Enrique, closer. Oh, this is it better? Okay. And Enrique will tell you, will present you the very general findings on these two modules. So when we started first on this idea of how to measure what people think democracy is and should be, there were many things were happening in Europe. If you check out the literature by then, one of the big words was crisis of democracy. So we were seeing riots of people on the streets mobilizing against their governments because they were not very happy to how democracies were working in their countries. We had a big economic crisis by then, so there appear to be many different challenges to the European democracies, which might put into danger, indeed, the functioning of our democracies under survival, just as Hanspeter said a minute ago. So on the top of this, there was a sort of mismatch, and this is a bit what Hanspeter has been saying a while ago about Poland. By then, if we checked at the indicators of support for democracy, that is how committed they were to the democratic values, we could find that more than 90% of the Europeans strongly agreed that democracy was the best system ever. However, if we checked at their levels of satisfaction with democracy, we could see that less than 50% of the people were satisfied with how their democracy worked. So what did that mean? This is what we aimed at in this module, to try to understand what was behind this 90% of people who said they supported democracy, but yet was clearly unsatisfied with how it worked. Up to then, this was the main two measures that were used to assess people's support and evaluations of democracy. And these two indicators were valid because they are very long time series, for example, on satisfaction with democracy, but that had many problems as well because they asked for democracy in general. So there's no specific understanding of, we could not know what was behind this democracy word for the citizen. So what we tried to do with the European Social Survey Round 6 was to provide a more detailed account of how people think democracy ought to be, that is what is behind this 90% of strong support for democracy, and how they evaluate specific aspects of democracy. So what's behind their insatisfaction with democracy? So just very briefly on the theory that we put behind all these measures we included in the European Social Survey, so a bit of theory, we tried to disentangle this broad concept of democracy, which was in people's mind, and to ask about specific aspects of the functioning of their democracy, specific attributes of this democracy word. So instead of asking only how important it is to live in a democracy or how important is it for you democracy, we ask about the importance of the different aspects that constitute of democracy. So basically, you can see here on the, which side is it? The left-hand side of the screen, all the different components of democracy we asked for. It was participation, competition, freedom. Those of you who are familiarized with the concept of democracy will see that these are the classical components of what's a democracy. So we basically asked about all of these elements. It was very difficult, and I come back to what Rory said at the very beginning, to translate all these difficult things into questions that people could understand. So we had to deal a lot with many problems of trying to make these very general and abstract principles of democracy be understood by the people, to make our measures credible, at least for the public. Underlying these different concepts of democracy, or these different dimensions of democracy, we had in mind three different models, but a priori, we did not know whether this would be the concept, the models of democracy that people would endorse. So a priori, different combinations of these different principles would lead to the liberal model of democracy, the social model of democracy, and the direct model of democracy. But this was an open empirical question that we didn't know a priori. Theoretically, this made sense. And we checked afterwards whether this worked or not. A second innovation of the European Social Survey Round 6 was that we asked about both aspects of attitudes. We did ask about views, that is, what democracy ought to be, and we asked also about evaluations. So we asked them to assess all the specific components of democracy, what democracy is, how their democracy was working in practice in relation to all these different dimensions. And this allowed us to see the gap between what they were expecting from democracy and what they were getting on the other side. So this was an important, I think, innovation that we had in the European Social Survey Round 6, which allowed us to understand much better what triggered satisfaction or insatisfaction with democracy. Now, in round 10, why did we decide to apply for a repeat module on democracy, since we got already a large amount of information with the European Social Survey Round 6 data? But in 2020, 21, 22, the fieldwork has been expanding a lot due to the pandemic. We had many important changes in the European scene. New players had come into the political arena, and most of them were calling democracy all the time. They were speaking in the name of democracy, trying to improve, apparently, what was not working in the European democracy. We had different uses of referendum that have been highly contested due to the results. We have many crises, such as the refugee crisis, still in trying to recover from the big economic crisis, etc., plus the pandemic. So many different changes in between 2012 and 2020, which might have influenced how citizens view and evaluate democracy. So we thought it was a good idea to check whether democratic support was indeed stable, as we found in 2012. So we found that people were indeed very supportive of democratic principles, although we were now facing a real crisis of democracy, and democratic support was decreasing among Europeans. So this was the main reason why we decided to go again for a repeat module. And we basically repeated the same questions we had. We had to drop some because of space constraints. But in addition to what we had in the previous module, we introduced a new conception of democracy, considering all these new players that had been coming to the political arena since the 2012, which is what we call, and this is a very contested name, the populist model of democracy. So we included new items trying to cover these new trends among European citizens on this broader conception of populism, including basically that people has to have sovereignty over everything else. So this is basically the main theoretical setting and the reasons that were leading us to propose these different modules. And now I give the word to Kike.
Yes, so we're going to show you some of the results. I don't see if you can see them very well because it's a bit small and too much light, but let me tell you a bit about it because I will explain it. Maybe we can dim the light a bit. You can see it. But what you are seeing here, or not seeing, it's the results for the 2020 data. So as Monica said, we asked two different kinds of questions. So we asked citizens, how do they think democracy ought to be? So what's their ideal of democracy? And how they evaluate democracy on different aspects. For example, how important do they think it is for democracy that national elections are free and fair? I don't know if you can see it better or not. And that's the result that you see at the top, right? So the black dots, what they represent is the importance that citizens attribute to each of these elements of democracy, while the blue dots, it's how they evaluate that these elements of democracy are implemented in their countries. So the first thing that we see here is that there is a gap, right? So the expectations of citizens when it comes to the different areas of democracy are always higher than their evaluations. So there is a deficit or there is a mismatch between how citizens think democracy ought to work and how do they think it works. Another thing that is important to see from here is that citizens think most things in democracy are important. And I want to call your attention to two aspects here, which are the basic ones. So citizens think that national elections being free and fair is very important and a fundamental aspect of democracy. And they also think that the rule of law, the fact that the courts treat everyone the same, is a very important aspect of democracy. Those are the two key elements that citizens see that democracy should have. But then there are also they also think that many other things are important in a democracy. Even what we call the populist aspects of democracy. They also think, for example, that it is important that the views of the ordinary people prevail over those of the elite, or that the will of the people faces no constraints, right? So in the end, the message here is that citizens are very demanding when it comes to democracy. They have high expectations about how democracy should work, right? And in many countries, those expectations are not fulfilled. These are the blue dots that you see here on the screen, which represent how citizens evaluate that these aspects are implemented in their countries, right? So there is a large mismatch between their ideal of democracy on the one hand and their evaluations of democracy. And this is data for 2020, right? So citizens remain highly committed to the main principles of democracy, but still they don't evaluate them very well. Now, one thing that we can do with the new ESS data is compare whether this has changed between 2012 and 2020, right? So this allows us first to see whether Europeans remain committed to the main principles of democracy. Do they still think they are important? And whether their evaluations of how these principles work in their countries have changed as well. And this is here, what we are seeing here is the change in their expectations about democracy between 2020 and 2012. Right? So the black dots now are the expectations in 2020, while the blue dots are the expectations in 2012 for each of these elements of democracy. For example, national elections being free and fair, different political parties offering clear alternatives to one another, the courts treating everyone the same, and so on and so forth. And what we see here, the main message here is that there is a stability, at least when we take Europe as a whole, the 19 countries that participated in 2012 and in 2020 in the ESS, we don't see much change here if we look at, in general, at all the elements. The aspects of democracy in which Europeans have changed their expectations the most are mainly two. So in 2012, citizens thought that having referendums to decide on important political issues was more important than today. So today, citizens attribute less importance to referendums as a decision-making mechanism in democracies. And we have to study this in more detail, but our hunch is that this has to do with the referendums that we have had in Europe between 2012 and 2020. Right? So there's been some referendums, mainly Brexit, but also the Greek referendum, independence referendum in Catalonia, in Scotland, and the results of these referendums, we would argue, has not played out very well. So citizens have become more skeptical about the role of direct democracy as a decision-making mechanism. And then the other area of democracy in which there's been changes is what we call social democracy. So citizens think that the social aspects of democracy are less important today than they were in 2012. So, for example, they think it is much less important that the governments take measures to reduce differences in income levels. And we attribute this to the different context in which the ESS was conducted in 2012 and in 2020. So in 2012, most countries were going through the worst periods of the Great Recession. So there was a deep economic crisis in many European countries. So citizens demanded more redistribution and more protection from governments, and this translated into the whole democratic system. They thought democracies involved this sort of like economic protection. And today, this is different. So citizens think those things are less important. So overall, little changes, but in some specific areas, we've seen some changes on what citizens expect from democracy. And when it comes to the evaluations, so how do citizens evaluate these different aspects of democracy? Do they think these are working better or worse than in 2012? We don't see much change, but there are also a few specific aspects of democracy in which citizens' evaluations have improved, and some in which they have improved. So, in which areas of democracy citizens think the systems are working better today than in 2012? Not surprisingly, those related also to the social aspects of democracy, right? So they think the economic aspects of democracy are working better, and this is, of course, due to changes in the context. As I was saying before, so the economic context today in 2020 was better than in 2012 in most countries. And then there are a few aspects in which citizens think democracy is working worse than in the past. And the first one is on media freedom. So citizens think that today the media are less free to criticize governments than in the past, right? And we think this reflects some of the current debates that we've been having about freedom of expression, cancel culture, and so on and so forth. So citizens are a bit more skeptical when it comes to media freedom. And then they are also a bit more skeptical about something that Hanspeter was mentioning in his presentation about throwing the rascals out. So citizens think that governments that do a bad job are not punished as often as they were in 2012, right? So they are a bit more skeptical about this mechanism of democracy, allowing citizens to throw the rascals out, so to punish bad governments in elections. But I must say that these changes are smaller. The areas in which we see more changes are the importance that citizens attribute to referendums and to social democracy. So let me, for 2 minutes, zoom in on these two aspects, the aspects related to social democracy and the aspect related to direct democracy. So what we see here is now, country by country, the changes in the importance attributed to the fact that governments reduce differences in income levels, in the importance that citizens attribute to this as an element of democracy. Those are the black bars, and in the blue bars, the evaluations, how the evaluations of this aspect of democracy has changed. And what we see is that when it comes to the importance that citizens attribute to this aspect in democracies, in most European countries, we see a decline. So in most European countries, citizens think that social protection from governments is less important as an element of democracy. And actually, the country where there's been more change in this is Poland, right? But also in Sweden, in Italy, and in Spain, right? So in those countries, citizens think that this is less important. And at the same time, citizens evaluate that this is working better now in their democracies. What this is telling us is that what is happening today in democracies influences what citizens think is important in democracies. So when things are working better in some aspects of democracy, citizens attribute less importance to this particular aspect of democracy, right? And then let's see for direct democracy. So as I was saying before, one of the aspects that citizens today consider less important in democracies than in the past is direct democracy. So they think that referendums are less important. And this is how this has changed across Europe as well. Again, we see the black bars are the importance that citizens attribute to this in their ideal conceptualization of democracy. And we see that in all countries, but Portugal, and Slovenia, citizens think this is less important, right? So for example, in Italy, in Sweden, in Hungary, citizens attribute less importance to direct democracy.
I have a quick clarification.
Yes.
What is at the bottom of the scale? Is it standard deviation difference?
No, this is the 0-10 scale. Sorry, I forgot to mention. So this is measured from 0 to 10. 10.
So it's a change of half a point.
Exactly, it's a change of half a point in this 0-10 scale. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. Sorry, no, forgot to mention that. So what do we take from this? So we have just begin analyzing the data. So the data became available a few months ago. So we are now working on this and writing our research on this. But what we take out from this is that, first of all, is an optimistic message, which is that in the face of multiple crises and many things that have happened between 2012 and 2020, European citizens remain committed to the core elements of democracy, right? So they still think that important elements of democracy are important, right? And this should be reassuring, so at least citizens are committed. Maybe then they don't act upon those principles, as Hanspeter was saying, when voting, but still there is a commitment. Now the bad news is that there's still a big deficit between what citizens expect from democracy and what do they think they get, right? And this has the potential of being mobilized, as Hanspeter was saying, by challenger parties, radical parties, and populist parties who campaign on those deficits of democracy and claim they will improve them, right? So this is kind of like the main takeaway message and that we take from this data so far. So thanks very much for your attention. Maybe you have questions.
We have time for one question. So do we have any? Yes, Irina.
Hi, I would like to ask, and this is a bit more general question. I don't know that there is any realm of life where our expectations meet what happens, whether it's marriage, how children behave, democracy, and so on. So how does this general principle of mismatch between expectation and what happens matter for the kind of research that you do?
I think it matters in real life. That's one of the things we're trying to see as well. So for example, why is this important? So Monica has shown that this is important for satisfaction with democracy, right? So the gap between expectations and evaluations matters for how satisfied you are with, generally, with how democracy works. And then in more real life implications, what we've seen also in our research is that it matters, for example, for the type of parties that you vote for, right? So those people who perceive a larger gap in some specific areas of democracy become more likely to vote for challenger parties, radical parties, populist parties, right? So it has real implications, right? I don't know, and I think this is very interesting, how that compares to other areas of life, which could very well be that our expectations are never fulfilled. So that would be an interesting thing to look at. So how does it compare to other areas of life?
I would add to this question that also if we observe in time increase of these differences, that this mismatch of expectations, if this mismatch is greater in time, so then it also means something.
Then maybe our measures are not that robust.
But if it's consistent over countries, when you compare two ways, well, this is like well, actually, and also we have like on Zoom we have like methodological question. Are these differences statistically significant?
Oh, that's a difficult one.
So I let the difficult question to Monica.
Do we know already? Maybe we don't know. We haven't had time yet to analyze. Some of them seem to me a priori, but we don't know
They
yet.
should be in the countries where they change the law, they should be.
I think there are large samples, so then they should be, I think. But yeah, we don't know. Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for being strict to the time. And right now, I would like to invite Professor Andrzej Rychard, Director of Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Polish Academy of Sciences, and also to start roundtable discussion. And then in this roundtable discussion titled, How do we feel about democracy in Europe? So actually the title of this conference. And I would also like to invite here to the podium Professor Dietlind Stolle from McGill University from Montreal. Also Professor Magdalena Grabowska from Institute of Philosophy and Sociology, Polish Academy of Sciences, my colleague. And Professor Pedro Magalhaes, University of Lisbon, and Professor Bernhard Wessels, WZB Berlin. One more chair. Oops. To jak już chcecie. Może pani.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter? Okay, so we can. So first, I am very pleased to have all roundtable participants here. The topic is, as you know, how do we feel about democracy in Europe? There were several questions addressed by organizers to roundtable participants. How do Europeans feel about democracy? Are Europeans Democrats? How to explain possible differences in visions and feelings about democracy? Is it region, age, and other factors? How have perceptions of democracy changed in the last 10 years? And finally, is there a crisis of democracy in Europe? As far as I know, all participants promised that at least some of these questions they will deal with during their short presentations. And now about logistics. What I would expect, since we have approximately 1 hour, that in the first round, all participants will speak up to 10 minutes, preferably 8, I would say. Then there will be some time for questions from the audience. And then finally, let's say approximately 2 minutes for roundtable participants to respond to this question. So why don't we start with the Pedro Magalhaes University of Lisbon in the order which is already in the program of the conference. Please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks very much to the Institute and to the Academy for this invitation. What do we feel about democracy? I took this question also in the sense, what do I feel about what do we feel about democracy? And a little bit in the same way that Hanspeter has described his changing feelings about how things are going, my feelings have changed as well. And I think they also correspond to 3 different stages in the way political scientists, and particularly people who study public opinion, have felt about this. There's a first stage, which I think can be located around the 1970s. And as you'll see, all these things are very much driven by the kind of data we have available, which is not necessarily the kind of data we would like to have. There's a first stage where there's some sort of alarm. And this alarm corresponds to the use of questions, for example, in surveys, such as satisfaction with democracy. So in the 1970s, particularly in the Eurobarometer, we start having this question asked systematically, year after year, in a lot of European countries. And lo and behold, a lot of people were very dissatisfied with the way democracy worked in their countries. And of course, being eager to use the data as we are, a lot of people started, talking about a crisis of democracy. Even before that, there's a very famous book by Samuel Huntington, The Trilateral Commission, The Crisis of Governance, The Crisis of Democracy. And this is a first stage where public opinion data becomes a source of concern. Soon enough, we discovered that satisfaction with democracy was not necessarily the only thing, or perhaps the most important thing we should be worried about. Just a couple of days ago, I saw a report by the Pew Research Center. They were asking this question all over the world. And in the set of countries where they asked this question, just a lot of countries, there were 2 countries that stood out as with people extremely satisfied with the way democracy worked in their country. So one of them was Sweden. I was not surprised. And the other was Singapore. And the ironic thing, of course, about people being satisfied in Singapore with the way democracy works in their country is the fact that Singapore is not a democracy. So this sort of evidence started making people a bit skeptical about what satisfaction with democracy really meant. Of course, we know it's relevant. We know that it affects, it explains protest. It affects some sorts of voting behavior, and Hanspeter mentioned this as well. The other thing he has mentioned, which I think is also true, is that a prolonged period of dissatisfaction with democracy may spill over to deeper dimensions of political culture. But really, satisfaction with democracy is not a very good predictor of whether people will resist an authoritarian takeover or whether people will accept undemocratic behavior. It's something else. It's to a great extent, it has a very important short-term component. It has to do very much with economic performance, with corruption, so on and so forth. Then there's a second stage where people try to deal with this, which I think is a stage of enormous optimism. And this is the stage where, also from surveys, you start asking people, so do you think democracy is a good way to govern your country? Or even kind of more subtle questions, such as, democracy may have problems, but it's a better way, it's better than any other form of government. So what people realized when they asked this question was overwhelming support for democracy, all over the place. I remember this article by Pippa Norris and Ronald Inglehart in Foreign Affairs, where they use these data, and they say, well, you know, in Europe, and actually even, you know, in Muslim countries, support for democracy is huge. The big difference between Western Europe and Muslim countries is social attitudes, social values, attitudes about women, attitudes about gay people, but democracy is over as an issue. It turns out, and this happened to they themselves, Inglehart and Norris, but it happened to all of us, that we soon realized that this also was perhaps not a very good indicator of support for democracy. Democracy means many things different for many different people. Democracy evokes what we call social desirability. It has become a floating signifier, but a positive signifier. People respond positively to the very notion of democracy, but that doesn't mean necessarily that everybody understands democracy in the same way and everybody supports the same kind of democracy. So I think now we move to a third stage, which is a stage of ambivalence. I think it's normal that we have this ambivalence. I have a friend who's a theoretical physicist, and I always tell him, your job is so easy. So all you have to know is math, nothing else. We have to know what people think. And sometimes people themselves don't know what they think. So imagine how difficult this is, how much more difficult than theoretical physics. And I'm kind of joking, but there's a part of it that I think it's true. So I think we are in the third stage. And very quickly, because I don't have much time, I don't want to abuse my time, I think this stage comes from three different sources of information. The first source of information comes from when you start asking people in surveys different sorts of questions. Instead of asking them, do you like democracy? Are you a Democrat? To which people, of course, say yes. You ask them, so what do you feel about, you know, a strong leader that to solve the country's problems needs to be above parliament and elections? In Latin America, this question is very often asked. What do you feel about the army taking over in a situation where you have lots of crime or lots of corruption? When you start asking these questions, then you find a lot of variation. A lot of variation across countries, a lot of variation across time. So for example, I was looking just yesterday to remind myself of one of the papers that Hanspeter also mentioned by Chris Klassen. When you look at this way of capturing support for democracy or rejection of autocracy, this rejection is very high in places like Austria and Denmark or Greece, but it's much lower in places like my own country, like Portugal. It's also lower in Poland, by the way. So you see this, you also see variation in trends. Support for democracy measured in this deeper way has increased in Albania, but it has decreased in the United States. So I think that this ambivalence comes from realizing that there's a lot of variation in this picture. And it's the variation that, in a sense, challenges us that we try to explain. I think the second and third strategies, to be quick, come from the kind of work that this project is doing, trying to understand what people mean when they say they are Democrats or what they think democracy is. And I don't have time to go very much through this, but I just want to call attention to the fact that there are places, Hungary is one of them, Italy is another, when you place them before all those lists of requirements, so to speak, free and fair elections, equality before the law, protection of minorities, even social equality, they don't think any of them is very important. So they are what Hanspeter has called uncommitted citizens. And when you think, if you call yourself a democratic supporter, but you don't think any of these things is very important, this makes you think about how would you react, how would you behave faced with political changes that take the country in an autocratic direction. And the third, and this is perhaps the one that makes me less ambivalent and more pessimistic, is the kind of work that has been done where people are placed before a choice. And the choice is, you have these candidates, some of them belong to the party you are close to, some of them are ideologically far from you, but some of them propose non-democratic things, such as, example, those subtle changes, attacking the media, attacking the courts. And what we find all over Europe, in the countries where these experiments have been conducted, is that very few people are willing to defect from candidates that they prefer for other reasons in order for democratic reasons. So I think that the picture is a picture of ambivalence and maybe a picture of increasing pessimism when you try to get close to what people actually do when they are faced with undemocratic proposals and undemocratic candidates.
Thank you very much. I would like to pass the mic to Bernhard Wessels, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for the invitation and thanks for supporting our project. Pedro Magalhaes just ended with a more pessimistic view. I may come out with a more optimistic view, but you will see. What I will do is, we heard already quite a bit about the context of the ESS. Monica Ferrin told you that the context is basically the crisis experience of people and what does that mean for democracy. And we heard from Hanspeter that there are quite a number of studies showing that satisfaction with democracy decreases. Dissatisfaction is on the rise. But what does that mean for democracy? That has a lot to do with what we measure. Basically, we have to make a difference, and Hanspeter Kriesi already pointed to that. We have to make a difference between perception of policy performance and dissatisfaction with policies, or more generalized, dissatisfaction with the working of democracy is very much policy driven. We have another measure, which is the perception of democratic performance. So what is the meaning, what is important for democracy, procedural performance, if you like to say so. And then we have democratic values, basically as a yardstick with which we look to the democracy we got. Empirical research shows that there are quite some differences between these three levels or kinds of data. Basically, the simple message is if somebody is unhappy with the government or what the government does, he or she must not be necessarily unsatisfied with democracy. Okay, we with ESS 6 and ESS 10, as Monica pointed out, and Enrique showed already what we have there in terms of what people think, what democracy should be and what they got. We have conceptually the possibility to differentiate between these two very important dimensions and confront basically the wishes of the people with the reality. And there was a question, so what if we measure that expectations are not met by reality? There are two answers to that. One is a conceptual one. If we take Karl J. Friedrich's idea about political legitimacy. He is a German political thinker. And then we can say legitimacy rests on the majority of people's opinion. Okay, we have people's opinion with our surveys. Legitimacy rests on the evaluation by the people. We also have that. And then there must be, and that is quite important, a criteria against which people measure the reality. We also have that. So with ESS, we can measure majority opinion, we can confront criteria that what people want and what people get. With this measure of legitimacy, we have something which is, I guess, to my knowledge, at least new to the observation of support for democracy, or whatever general term you would like to use. I use legitimacy. What shows, what do the results show? First of all, in 2012, we had quite high levels of legitimacy in the European countries. What has changed since then? We are 10 years later and have experienced quite more crisis. And still, as was pointed out already, there is not too much change. We still have a group of countries which is very high up in legitimacy. That are the Nordic countries, Switzerland, the Netherlands, and then we have countries which are quite poor in this regard: Bulgaria, Croatia, and Serbia. There is also some change for some countries, but it is minor change. It would be, or probably it's of interest to you, in Poland, this legitimacy, so the difference between what people want and what they get in there, it has changed to the negative. So Poland is not the only country. Bulgaria and Portugal also changed to less legitimacy, but it's not a huge change. So basically, it means that we have a stable pattern that we can quite, so my optimistic view, quite optimistic regarding the persistence of democracy in the views of the people. Why can I say that? Because you can look what happens if people feel the difference between what they want and what they got. If they have some kind of, or perceive some kind of legitimacy deficits. They go for demonstrations. They go for protest more than the others. So they defend their democracies, I would say, which is a good sign. So it has consequences for political behavior. So it's not only a conceptual question, what do we have if we measure expectations and what people get, but also it has consequences for the behavior of people. Now, Professor Rychard put out the question, what has happened with or after the start of Russia attacking Ukraine? That is a very important question. We can deal with it. I have not dealt with that for the moment, so it's up for the future. But there are basically, at least to my taste, two possible scenarios. One is that the threat of democracies by autocracies will strengthen the legitimacy of democracy. So we had that before when we had still this Cold War situation, that support for democracy in the West was high up. As soon as the Iron Curtain, or however you like to call the division, broke down, satisfaction with the working of democracy in the West declined because the confrontation was not there anymore. So that would be one expectation. The other is then a more pessimistic one, which means that this insecurity increases the demand for strong leaders, maybe even autocratic leaders. I have no idea what, but we will see in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna go
yes,
there.
Yes, please go ahead.
Can we turn this on and also put on the screen? No, yeah, it does. Okay. So, but the screen is not on yet. So I wait until it is on. Okay. This one? Okay. Learn some Polish here. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm going to present from a different data collection from the EUI YouGov survey here, and mostly focus on how European publics react to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But before I go there, I want to make a connection to what Hanspeter said and what Pedro also just said. Namely about the dangers, how democracy today is threatened. And that is by a process of executive aggrandizement, which is one of the processes, a slow creeping process where the executive expands power step by step, not always visible to the population, not always clear to the population and noticeable. But it is a slow process that is happening. And so we have tried to measure in our project how people see this expansion of executive power. What do they think about it? Because we believe it is the first way. So if people don't react to it, then they will not react to it in real life, right? So we kind of measure a little bit the capacity in a way of people to react, or kind of show a first step in this awareness. And the picture is not that rosy when we ask these questions. We do not have the full-blown rejection that we find when we ask about how important is democracy for you. We see much more variation across, and we see that about 20 to 30, sometimes up to 35% of the population accept these scenarios where the executive is expanding power. For example, in cutting access of the media, kind of not paying attention to parliamentary control, to what the opposition says, and to the courts and so on. So that's my first point. But now let me talk a little bit about the war in Ukraine, Russia's invasion in Ukraine. And why does it matter here? I think it's symbolic, and it was already referred to by others. There is a democratic country being threatened. So that's why it matters to democracy. And it is important because the solutions in how the international community reacts and the European community reacts involves enormous state powers. Financial powers, coercive force, fiscal capacity, state capacity that needs democratic legitimacy in the countries that are there now to support Ukraine. So public opinion really matters in this process. And we also find, and it's also important with regard to democracy, because we find that the support for Ukraine is mostly, or is higher, with people who hold dear values on democracy. For example, who score low on the acceptance of executive aggrandizement, or also score high on all kinds of conventional democratic measures. So that's why I think how it relates overall to democracy. But here we see some of our results where we have different dimensions of the help for Ukraine that spans from sending humanitarian aid, which is very highly supported across 17 European countries, as you see here. The red dot is the mean of the entire sample of 17 European countries, including Poland, by the way. I come to Poland in a second. And it's very highly supported there. Almost 86% here support support humanitarian aid. It goes a little bit down when we ask about the acceptance of refugees, farther down when it goes to sending weapons. It is still above 50% in these European countries when it comes to fast tracking of Ukraine's EU membership, but the support wanes when we come to something more personal, which is accepting higher energy costs or sending one's own troops to join the war. These measures don't have much support at all. And these measures are from last year, by the way, from relative beginning of the war. But I get to some later measures in a second. This is when we overall compare all of these 7 dimensions of Ukraine aid across these countries, and we sum them up, and we see here that we do have quite a variety across European countries in support. So Scandinavian countries such as Finland, Lithuania, and Lithuania, Sweden, but then already Poland are very strong supporters of Ukraine, as you probably already know, but the variety goes very much to a minority of support that we see in Bulgaria, in Hungary, and then close to a minority or a kind of narrow majority in Slovakia and Greece and so on. So there is a lot of variance. We then asked about these changes, about these supports for Ukraine a second time, and we can establish whether there are any changes in public support. Because, I mean, this is a very likely scenario that over a variety of months, over, you know, the perception of sacrifices and solidarity, there could be some sort of downturn of support. What we do see here in this graph, in the 10 countries which have been asked in the second round from the in comparison to the first round, we see very, very few changes. Okay, support, when we ask it again in the fall of 2020, is still very high. But we do see some declines, mostly probably due to ceiling effects. We see, for example, in Italy, a downturn in acceptance of refugees and humanitarian support, and in some other countries. But generally, the message, I think, is that the support remains relatively stable. But on refugees, we see quite a downturn. And this is kind of singling out Poland here for the special audience that we are talking to. So in Poland, we see also a small decline in sending humanitarian aid and the acceptance of refugees, because Poland came also from a very high level. So there were some ceiling effects there. Over the period of the first half year of the war, you know, the Poles have sustained their support, but also withdrawn it a little bit on the edges here on refugees, accepting higher energy costs and sending troops to the war. And here we depicted the changes in Poland. So whatever you see on the left side is a negative change, and on the right side a positive change. So there's no positive change here in Poland to more support. The only positive change we do find is in supporting EU membership in other European countries. They support it very strongly, and more so than in the beginning of the war. But here, as in other countries, in Poland, again, we see in which areas we see a decline in support, although it is not extremely strong. Here we see where the decline actually is located with regard to political parties in Poland. We see that on the left and in the Civic Coalition, the support is very stable, whereas in the Polish coalition, the Law and Justice Coalition, and the Confederation, that's where we see most of the declines. Okay, so that might ring a bell for those in Poland who have observed the discourse over the last month. And finally, a graph here also on Poland about the earlier measure that I showed, the support of executive aggrandizement, which gets higher when the farther you move up on the scale. And we do see this negative relationship very strongly, that the higher you move on that scale within the Polish population, and that's a finding generally in democratic publics, the lower the support for Ukraine. Okay, so I want to close here. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time with some.
3 minutes.
1 minute?
3.
Okay, well, I only use, I think, one of them. So that's our summary for now on this project that we do on support on Ukraine. We find that the support is relatively high and it's relatively stable. We do look at differences between members of incumbent parties and supporters of incumbent parties. They are usually more supportive of the measures in aiding Ukraine. And we even believe that there is some sort of rally around the flag effect there too, with opposition supporters being much more hesitant. And we will verify this now in an expert survey on political parties, whether that is also to be found in the parties themselves. Poland is, of course, here an exception. We don't see the usual left-right cleavage that parties on the left or parties on the right are more inclined or less inclined. It really cuts across. And in some countries, we find more support on the left, really depending on the left, often on the prior relationship with Russia, especially in Eastern European countries, how close the left parties were to Russia before the war, and on the right. So it really depends on the nature of the left and right cleavage in each country. There is no general left and right cleavage here. The support is very much related to democratic values, as we already discussed, not just in Poland, but across all European countries. The support divides, as you know, Eastern Europe. And again, here we see that countries that have had prior ties, be it through the Orthodox Church or through earlier relationships during the Cold War and more antagonistic relationships during the Cold War, we see now also a division. That division is, of course, also supported much by the distance these countries have now to Russia. The countries that are very close to Russia and share borders are much more in support of Ukraine measures than countries a little bit farther away. But there is no relationship with the oil and gas dependence. The support is not dependent on this energy dependence at all. Worldwide, when we expand our sample beyond Europe, we do find much, much less support for Ukraine. And we do see, even when we move, for example, to North America, but also South America, we do see that democracies, particularly Western democracies, are more supportive. But as soon as we move beyond that, we find much less support in the global world for these measures to help Ukraine. And finally, my last point, we also try to measure Russian disinformation, how it travels across countries and how dominant it is in the discourse and how it is reflected in public opinion. And we do see an extremely strong relationship in countries where this discourse could break through and people believe in it. We do also see much less support. So that's another area of democracy that we believe is very important to explore further, how foreign-led disinformation campaigns can determine actions on the domestic scene. And on that note, I close our little excursion here to support for Ukraine in the war with Russia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Magdalena Grabowska.
Thank you very much. I feel like I'm an odd one here because I'm a qualitative scholar. So I will speak from that perspective. And also I will speak on a perspective from Poland. So I'm curious how this takes on democracy from the qualitative studies and big large-scale data we can put in a dialogue. So I want to start with telling you where I come from to this debate about democracy. And as I said, I come from the qualitative studies, gender studies, feminism, on feminist and queer movements and democracy. And what I research is the capacity of the social movements to create contentious social change and new visions of democracy. So this is kind of the Tillian perspective of politics, which emphasizes the changing connections between social actors. So I hope what I will give you is a little bit more of the substantive kind of representation of what is happening on the ground, or the bottom-up approach. And I'm gonna talk from the perspective of the results of two studies that I was recently involved in. One was the research on everyday practical feminist and queer mobilizations in Poland after 2019, and particularly after 2020, which was the big wave of the anti-government, but also pro-abortion protests in Poland. But also we researched the practical queer feminist and queer mobilizations in the context of the series of care crisis or polycrisis that were inducted by COVID pandemic, reproductive rights crisis in Poland, a humanitarian crisis at the Polish-Belarusian border, and most recently the war. We did some quantitative studies, but mostly qualitative analysis of the data and 6 focus groups with these activist groups. And the second research that I would like to refer to is the research on the relationship between gender inclusivity of the historical struggles for democracy in Hungary, Poland, and Croatia. This is a comparative project, and the process of democratic backsliding and redemocratization. And within this project, we examined the crucial protest moments for all the three countries after 1989. And in Polish case, this was 14 protest moments, both pro-formal democracy and pro-participatory democracy protests, inclusive of socioeconomic justice protests, but also the ones that were purely democratic protests. So what I want to say, based upon these two sets of two research that I'm involved in, is two things really. One, and this is going to be, I will be speaking on Poland, but I hope it will speak somehow to what was already said about the state of democracy that you find in your data in ESS. I would argue that in Poland, starting 2016 and 2020, the mass protest abortions and pro-abortion and anti-government protests can be recognized as momentous populist events, as they mark the end of the politics of compromise and consensus and the vision of democracy as a compromise and consensus of the political elites, where abortion rights are concerned and beyond. So we have this kind of moment in which the democracy seen as an elite exchange and a compromise-based process is kind of denounced by the mass protest. And this is the expression of this dissatisfaction of democracy, or how democracy work, and it can be seen as a moment which created a new political frontier. A lot has been written about it in Poland, as it redrew the division between us and them, created new majority, and importantly, it did that in many ways outside of the formal democracy, for various reasons, also because there was limited access to the formal democracy for some of the groups that did that. So this process can be seen as an instance of this new, new moment in the new populist moment, left-wing populist moment in European democracy. We know this from Chantal Mouffe, for instance, concepts about new radical democracy of left-wing populism, and what visions of democracy are behind these moments, based on what we found in our research. First of all, they are demanding more participatory and engaged democracy. They create chain of equivalence or antagonistic pluralism by bringing together different struggles, for example, queer and climate justice, urban activism, and abortion rights. They not shy away from confrontational activism and political strategies, and cultivate diversity and horizontal democratic structures and alliances over the politics of compromise. So they kind of, not only in their demands, but also in their practices, go beyond what the formal democracy has to offer. Importantly, also, they are driven by passion, so they add the affective component to the debate on democracy. And you could see that in particular in Poland's 2020 protests, where the radical rudeness was one of the main tool of arguing for the participatory democracy and recognition of human rights of women and marginalized groups. But they also refer to a new set of democratic values such as empathy, responsibility, and care, and bring into the debate on democracy issues that were previously marginalized, such as issues of care, social justice, social reproduction, reproductive justice, and the rights, human rights of the marginalized groups. So if I were to ask from that perspective a question of how Europeans feel about democracy, I would say that we cannot, it's hard to say what Europeans feel about democracy, but I think what we see here is this paradoxical moment in which we see, and this is the illustration of what we already heard in the keynote, is that people, especially young people, those people that we researched and talked to, want more democracy and are more engaged politically. And I understand that this is also one of the results of the ESS for Poland, but this does not translate into the engagement in the formal politics, and especially in the electoral politics. As they see the formal politics as something that they are dissatisfied with and something that they are disconnected with. So my question would be, to what extent the research that is done, the large-scale research based on European samples, to what extent they can account for those changes that are oftentimes invisible for the studies of democracy. And this is one point. And the other thing that I want to say, also from the perspective of the research, historical research of the transformations, Eastern European transformations, and this, I think, addresses the question about democracy. Is democracy still only a game in town? And how the perceptions of democracy changed over the last 10 years. And if they changed, what is the main reason for it? And I would say that from my perspective and from the research that I've done, the way the democracy is working or not working for some groups did not change as much as the context and conditions of democracy. And let me explain this from the perspective of what I focus on, which is the reproductive justice and social reproduction. So when we look at the case of Poland, for instance, one can argue that debate about democracy in Poland started from the issue that we are debating on the streets right now, which is the question of the right for abortion. And if we look at the transformation of the 1990s, especially the moment in which the abortion ban was instituted in Poland, was the 1992 and 1993, was not only about abortion or women's rights, it was also about the type of democracy that we will have in Poland. So it set Poland into a certain path of democratic development, and we had this kind of conflict between the formal type democracy, which is based on the consensus and the exchange of the political elites, and the example of the abortion compromise that we live with for the last 30 years in Poland is an example of that. And on the other hand, we had this demand for the participatory democracy, which was exemplified by the movement for the referendum on the abortion. And within that moment, which the abortion right was decided, I think that the path for democracy was kind of decided as well, which doesn't mean that the participatory democracy was not present within the debate on democracy in Poland. I think it was present, and our research shows that it was kind of continuously various social political protests were bringing up the question of participatory democracy kind of outside of the formal political process and formal democracy, and which often means that it was invisible, those demands and those interpellations for democracy. And within our research, we looked into this pro-participatory democracy events, including the one that is started with, which is the Committee on the Behalf of the Abortion Referendum, through the reactivation of democracy movement in 2005 after the ban on Equality March in Poznań, Colorful Independence organized against the legal fascist march in Poland in 2011, Committee for the Defense of Democracy, which started in 2015, Action Democracy, and then Black Protest and All Poland Women's Strike. So you see that there is this continuous debate from the outside of the formal democracy about what democracy is, and the demand of the inclusion of this component into the debate about what democracy in Poland is. And I think what changed in Poland, and I think maybe this is also the change that you observe in your research, in your data, is that the moment that we are in Poland right now, from 2015, is the moment that created critical mass for the participatory democracy engagement. So in other words, the previous model of the exchange, which kind of benefited both sides of the political scene, was no longer working, in a sense that the right-wing party kind of stopped that moment. So the pro-formal democracy part also had to go on the streets and kind of use the participatory tools to make their own political claims, which kind of resulted in a merging of those two, I would say, streams of fighting for democracy. On one hand, the pro-formal democracy, and on the other hand, pro-participatory democracy stream. So just to finish, I think, what I just wanted to show you in this brief comment is how, from the perspective of the qualitative studies, these processes of ambivalent moment of democracy, in which people are at the same time very much pro-democracy, but this perspective cannot be articulated within the existing tools and existing models of thinking about democracy, how this works in the case of Poland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all roundtable participants. How do we feel about democracy? And I think that after what we have heard today, not only during this roundtable discussion, but also before, one of the crucial questions is how much unity and how much diversity in our attitudes and behavior related to democracy. On the one hand, we see that Europeans are still referring to Hans Klingemann notion, dissatisfied Democrats. They are committed to democratic values, however critical about democratic performance. So that's something which is, I would say, consistent across Europe. But on the other hand, we see a lot of diversity. Democracy is conditional, support for democracy is conditional and contingent upon various factors. It's contingent upon types of legitimacy, either procedural or output type legitimacy. It is contingent upon various aspects of democracy, and it is also depending on the country. As we saw from the support for Ukraine, as we already know, the world itself, the whole world is very much diversified in its attitude, but Europe as well. So I think that one of the questions which could be addressed is what is stable, what is unstable, what is about ambivalence, which was addressed today, and what is about sort of a continuity with regard to our attitudes and behavior related to democracy. So we still have time for, let's say, 2 or 3 questions, and then participants would answer. Please, go ahead. Yes, please.
Could you please introduce yourself for our audience on Zoom?
My name is Lena Kolarska-Bobinska. I'm a sociologist. I'm participating in a European project called Regroup, which is dealing with pandemia effect on many values and political behavior in Europe. And you didn't mention this word during this conversation here, not all through all the, I would say, morning. And pandemia was a sort of break down for democracy. It was an administration measures, many times for people perceived as unlawful. This was a stop in participation in direct relations. In broad, what we say in Poland, relation between family and the state, the intermediary organizations relations. So I think it was to some extent a big revolution. The question is whether it's gone this period without any effect for democracy. Maybe we will know it later, but thank you.
Okay, please introduce yourself.
Józef Niżnik. I noticed two probably the most frequent terms, ignorance and ambivalence. And of course, they both are very much linked. The lack of knowledge regarding democracy, its mechanism, and the basic principles is probably one of the reasons of variety of ambivalences, and especially in problems with perception of democracy. But I didn't hear anything about some efforts that one could expect in the democratic countries to increase the level of knowledge. Do we know anything about this?
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have one more. Introduce yourself.
Hello, Ben Stanley from SWPS University in Warsaw. I wanted to sort of ask about something that often occurs to me when I attend seminars and lectures about democracy, and that's the sort of the comment that was made by Ralph Dahrendorf around 1989, where he said that democracy is a system of government and not a steam bath of popular feelings. And that question always returns because whenever I hear people talking about what people feel about democracy, the question arises for me is how that intersects with what they know about democracy. And so I wanted to ask the panel to what extent they think that the problem that we're facing is not so much a problem entirely of sentiments or values towards democracy, but also what people actually know about what democracy is supposed to be and how democracies are supposed to function. Just to sort of, to give an example that might be familiar to people observing the Polish case, when you're asking somebody about sort of issues like executive aggrandizement, for example, asking about the questions about whether they feel that a government which exerts significant influence over public media, whether that's something that's good or bad. To what extent are the answers you're getting affected by the extent of their knowledge about how an institution like that is supposed to function? I can imagine that for some people, those kinds of questions about various aspects of the executive aggrandizement, vis-a-vis the media, vis-a-vis the Constitutional Tribunal and other institutions, may reflect the fact that they genuinely feel that the executive does have a role to play in disciplining those institutions or in controlling those institutions. So are we talking about feelings towards democracy, or are we talking about a certain lack of knowledge about how democratic institutions are supposed to function in liberal democratic societies? Thank you.
Just one final question, if there is any.
I have one from Zoom. So the question is to Dietlind Stolle. Have you investigated the dependence of the level of support for Ukraine on the number of representatives of the Russian community in one or another country?
Okay, thank you very much. And now, why don't we start with Bernhard Wessels? Please, if you want to address any of these questions.
Yeah, the mic works. Yeah, let's start with the question, why didn't we talk about pandemia, corona, and all the implications it had for our lives? And you mentioned that it also had effects on our freedoms. If we look to our data, there is not too much of an effect of that, which is surprising. I have at least what the meaning of democracy is has not changed. We have some changes in whether people see what they get, but there is no real indication that Corona made a difference. We have the 2 time points and basically they show the same, which does not mean that it could not have had impact in the shorter run. Like satisfaction with the working of democracy, satisfaction with political actors, at least in Germany I know quite well. There was, of course, a lot of critique and decline and support for the government and so on and so on. But only after a certain period, because in the first period, when there were strict measures introduced, people were quite happy because they were so anxious about getting ill. That changed. And then we had this negative feelings about what is going on in democracy. But we don't have it in the surveys. Maybe if we dig deeper in the European Social Survey, if we dig deeper, we will find something. To the political knowledge question, that is a difficult one. We have, of course, some relationships with our variables on education. I have not really looked into that deeply, because if we look to what people think what democracy should be, we can basically be quite happy. So it does not seem that they do not know what the principles of democracy are. Still, the lack of knowledge certainly may make a difference. The question on the, in particular, media influence of government, if people answer that question and then it comes out that, at least from a democratic point of view, too many support that. That can have many reasons. It must not necessarily be education, because we have partisanship, we have mobilization, we have the support for the government the people voted for, and then they think, oh, they are doing the good thing. So it's not necessarily something which has to do necessarily with political knowledge, but also quite strongly with the political or the partisanship and so on. So.
Thank you very much, Magdalena Grabowska.
Thank you. I think I can just, can you hear me? I think I can just comment on the question on pandemia, because from the point of view of the feminist studies, this was a crucial moment, and we can see that in many research, at least in 2 ways. On one hand, it made visible the component of the social world which didn't work from the formal state point of view, meaning the social reproduction and care. So the pandemia was the moment in which many people talked about the fact that the crisis made this work that's oftentimes unrecognized by the state and done in the private sphere. Social reproduction care, it's underpaid, and the state did not meet the demand for that work, while we at the same time saw the value of that work, really. And the fact that that work is mostly done by women was an important part of the feminist evaluation of what happened during the pandemic, and part of the feminist theories about how important social reproduction in general, understood as life-making and life-maintaining activities, how important it is to any study of society at this point. But from the Polish point of view, I think a lot of studies show that one of the important the 2020 protest, which was the biggest protest of all of the protests that we had in the recent years, happened during the pandemia. which also I think speaks about the magnitude of this protest and the fact that the mass number of people went on the streets, to protest that particular issue, which is the limitation of the reproductive justice, is a significant fact, and I think it could be read in a broader context of the debate of how we think about care and social reproduction within democracy.
Thank you very much, please.
Yes, thank you for these extremely interesting questions. I think maybe we didn't pick up the changes that COVID caused in our support for democracy because of the indicators we are using. But what certainly happened is that there happened a lot of executive aggrandizement during the period of COVID. The executive went ahead and made decisions very rapidly that were not necessarily always made on consensus and debates and so on. There was perceived to be no time. So what we wanted to understand is so do people accept that when we ask them about it? So in experiments and observational studies, we found that the people who had the most anxiety about COVID were ready to accept undemocratic leaders if they, did support their preferred COVID policy. So the insistence on the COVID policy was much higher than democracy. It was also higher than partisanship of the leader. It didn't matter. It trumped everything. So the insistence, the salience of these COVID policies was really an important factor here, and it showed us the potential. I think people in reality were not making a choice between a leader who is democratic and who has certain COVID policies. That was, and maybe in some US states, an issue, but generally not. Still, I think if there was to be such a crisis that continued, I think the potential is there that people make that choice for an undemocratic leader that supports their very intense policies. I think that could also be an issue for the fight for climate change. We do see that young people in particular who are very interested in climate change also would walk over certain democratic principles. There's a debate about it, but we see it in our data. I don't want to occupy this answer here. But also I have something to say about knowledge. In our studies in North America, we actually try to measure specific democratic knowledge. So we ask people to evaluate certain scenarios, whether they are democratic or undemocratic. We developed these items together with the Bright Line Watch Group in the US. And we do find frightening levels of extremely low democratic knowledge that is also affecting all kinds of measures on democracy and other phenomena. And there is also a generational difference. So we still need to figure out whether it's just age-related or cohort effect or whatever. We can only do this over time, but we are working on it. But young people have surprisingly less knowledge about what is a democratic scenario and what is an undemocratic scenario. So cannot really have the power to distinguish. So no wonder that we do see, and in some studies we do see some sort of generational differences there. On the question of the Russian communities, I think that's a fantastic question. I personally haven't looked into this, but will do so in the future. Thanks for this advice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I agree. These are very interesting questions. Actually, some of them we were talking about them in our little seminar yesterday. Let me start with the pandemic, which we almost didn't talk about. I guess that one of the reasons that why we don't find in our data any important changes, but there are several reasons. The change is being measured from 2012 until 2021. Many things happened besides the pandemic, so it's hard to assign any role to the pandemic. But I think there's another reason, which is the pandemic at different stages. I equate this a little bit, although I know it's not exactly the same, but the way public opinion reacts to other sorts of crises. When you have a war, or when you have a national disaster, there's suddenly union, people rally around the flag, criticism between opposition and government kind of subsides, and this is an environment that facilitates people's acceptance of things that normally they wouldn't accept. So the executive aggrandizement is one of those examples. There was very early on a very interesting study in Spain where they were conducting a survey during the period when the pandemic became obviously a problem. And you could see immediately that the immediate reaction was to start tolerating executive aggrandizement and to be tolerant of things that normally democratically would not be accepted. But having said that, in the same way that rally around the flags subside with time, I think this also subsided in many European societies. Criticism appeared, different opinions appeared. So I guess maybe that's the reason that, I mean, a lot of research I think still has to be done, but maybe that's the reason why when you look at this from the perspective of today, when you look at the difference between before and after, you don't see a very clear difference, as far as I know. There were important moments, but there was also a lot of change through time. On the issue of knowledge, education, let me give you a concrete example from the things that we were discussing today. So one of the things that we found was that the more educated European citizens are, if you look at this from another perspective, the higher their position in terms of social and occupational class, which is very correlated with education, the more they tend to see freedom of speech, media freedom, free and fair elections as essential elements of what a liberal democracy is. So when you listen to this finding, your first reaction is, it's a signal of enlightenment, right? Like it's a signal that they understand. Certain people understand better what liberal democracy is. But then you find something else which is also interesting, which is the more educated people are, the more they tend to discount things like direct democracy, the more they tend to think that, well, democracy is not about equality, is not about redistribution, democracy is not about the will of the people. And then the suspicion emerges that what you're capturing may be enlightenment, but it also may be self-interest, right? The more privileged segments of society have a particular understanding of what democracy is that excludes other understandings that somehow challenge the status quo and challenge themselves. So I think that this is one of the difficulties of thinking about education and knowledge, is that there's this dual meaning of what education captures. Knowledge, sure, understanding, but also privilege. So having said that, I also want to say that I think one of the issues that Hanspeter and some of us discussed, which is the kind of democratic backsliding we're having, which is often done on legal and procedural grounds, doesn't make it easy for people who have low interest in politics and low political knowledge to understand what's going on. So for example, you start debating the composition of the National Council of the Judiciary, right? I mean, we know that this is very important. We know that this may allow or not a sitting government to control the upper echelons of the judicial system and the implications that this has. But does everybody realize this? So it says this slipping, this highly complex issues that have then huge political consequences. But this is done slowly, on the margin, on details, and I think this is maybe one of the reasons, and from this point of view, I agree, why levels of knowledge, education may be influential, may be consequential for the extent to which power aggrandizers can have their way.
Thank you very much. Thank you all participants and audience, and I believe that now we deserve the break. Yes?
I would like to start a new session, next session. I give the floor to Professor Markowski. He used to be supervisor of my PhD.
I'm sorry.
And he will give a keynote lecture, our second keynote lecture, What Went Wrong with What Went Wrong question. So Radek, floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
Would you like to have presentation here?
No, there is no presentation. It's just because this is a kind of essayistic. Initially, I thought of it as a self-critical.
Do you want to display something?
Yeah, I want to this. Yeah, there is only plan of the talk so that you can follow what I'm talking about. Anyway, so initially I thought that I will talk in the first person, but then I looked a little bit on who is here, and I thought that maybe the narrative of we is more adequate to these issues that I'm going to raise. So most of my comments come from, and it is essayistic, there will be no graphs, no means without standard deviations, and so on and so forth. First of all, it's driven by what I've experienced in the last 3 months. We have a Horizon Europe project, which is on the liberal democracies alternatives. And I have reread the hundreds of articles in literature. One annoying result is that there is a lot of overlap, and the same things are being written with different words. But apart from that, I will also use my experience with, of course, this our module, which I have the privilege to be in the previous one, in this one, also World Value Survey and Polish National Election Study. 2 hours ago, Hanspeter mentioned that democracies are self-corrective systems. Well, democracies survive mistakes, but this is precisely the problem, that they are coming back. So what is intent here is that the above question, what went wrong, is easily to be found, of course, in all domains of our lives, especially in scientific inquiry concerning the Apollo program, Fukushima, economic reflections on the 2008 crisis. This time it will be different type of reasoning. What went wrong with the approach to Russia is certainly an issue among political elites of the European giant this day. What went wrong, Volodya and Shoigu are desperate to answer this question with their limited military operation. And what went wrong, if I understand Xi and his policies, is looming in China in a way that demography and economy is slowing down. And even if Xi does not expect any support from the public in China, certainly at the Central Committee, he will ask this question, what went wrong? One may, of course, rightly say that this what went wrong is a natural thing of human condition. That's what we do, especially in the academia. We test, we retest, we make errors, we go back and try again. Unfortunately, we typically concentrate on the what question, but cunningly manage to avoid the answer to why part of the same question. Seeking for the copyrights of certain failed ideas and projects and assigning individual or group responsibility for the agency is usually a painstaking experience. But this is precisely why we need to have an inbuilt, more disciplined vigilance located already at the essence of certain ideas that are nominated to be implemented into, broadly speaking, practice. At times, we are paradigmatically too stubborn. At times, we deliberately dismiss others' opinion, preferences, values. Finally, of course, we make errors. At times, we are just too optimistic. The joy of getting rid of the communism in 1989 completely
resulted in overlooking what type of capitalism is coming into play and which type of capitalism is going to dominate our world in the next few decades. It is precisely the same optimism of 1989 that prevented us from earlier spotting the destructiveness for the nature and for the planet and the side effects of modernity, which today looms on us in the form of Anthropocene challenges. I'll end up with that because I think in 5 years from now, if we do nothing, I can volunteer for another talk on what went wrong with the questions we raise. So now the core, what I want to address is our problems with democracy. Bearing in mind that the majority of political scientists that are present here in political science, I'm coming from sociology with some family links to anthropology, and I must say that political science is somehow, probably because of Huntington's 1968, biased towards stability in the system, in the general thinking about events. Change is something strange. So this should be on our mind. So what went wrong with democracy and democratic proliferation around the world? First of all, we have been too long uncritical, or we were applying the Schumpeterian minimalist procedural definition, neglecting and explaining why we don't want outcomes to be part of the story of the definition of democracy. And then we were unable to correctly estimate the traveling capacity of liberal democracies across the world, across the globe. So what follows? Let me start with psychology. I don't know whether there are psychologists here or whether you are aware, but they seem to have a new reflection on the paradigmatic, I would say, reflection of what they did in the past. This is an interesting discipline in which context and institutions almost matter nothing. It is even more interesting because their founding experiment, Zimbardo's experiment, never mind what came up later about the reliability of this experiment, was precisely about the impact of institutional setting on humankind and the behavior. So currently, what I sense from, and my university is predominantly psychology, many political psychologists are there. Currently, the new wave of studies shows that self-criticism had finally arrived there and forces psychologists to rethink their naive assumption that white, rich, democratic, modernity-driven, university-educated, predominantly Protestant students, which were harassed, blackmailed, and bribed to fill in personality tests, can serve as a prototype for the rest of humanity. It's not only that they truly differ from Africa, the Arab world, but they also seem to differ a little from the East and East-South Europeans in particular. So if you were to find these ancestors of the white, rich, democratic students and their mates, the ancestors were formed by and molded by Enlightenment ideas, Protestant working spirit, and unmediated responsibility, capitalist market requisites, and these are the key elements of this bricolage. So what we end up with in psychology, but it impacts the social psychology and political psychology, is that these Westerners are definitely more individualistic, by personalistic ideology, more impersonal and pro-social. Believe it or not, they trust strangers, right? Are skeptical about and show less favoritism to in-groups, focused are more on mental states, more analytical, driven by academic mentality, asking about causality, you know. They are more prone to universalism with clear internal locus of control, if you will, more overconfident in what they do. These Westerners create institutions, and part of these institutions is precisely democratic package, liberal democratic package with its parliaments, parties, representation, accountability, expected responsiveness of the leader to the masses,
Well, I would say this is not something, if you look deeply into the Homo sapiens outside the Western, Northern Atlantic world, this is not something that is obvious and deeply socialized in these societies. We also face the problem that even it's more strange that it is ignored after the powerful Aiken-Bartels 2017 book on democracy for realists, in which this was a kind of blow to this methodological reductionism focused on the rationality of the individual that is pretty fishy, and the kind of idea that mesostructures and like-minded people who are around us are more important than rational calculations of individuals. Not everywhere, not always, but it was neglected so far. So what went wrong in the study of the current wave of democratic decay, I'm talking about the last 10 to 20 years, we seem to be extremely stubborn or ignorant about liberal democracy's real, genuine shortcomings. Yeah? There are many. There are economic inequalities, wealth accumulation, there is social exclusion, destruction that leads to cultural displacement, minorities and aliens are more taken care by the national elites than the natives, etc., representative-driven problems, distrust of elites detached from the ordinary people. In fact, we've overlooked precisely this, a phenomenon of liberal overstretch. Yeah? The traveling capacity seemed to be much, much more narrow than we intended. And we needed a kind of self-constraint, in particular, not to go to places like Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan, and others, because for the simple reason, it's simply impossible to try to implement full-blown liberal democracies in these countries. And again, back to Huntington's 1968 dictum about that maybe, you know, under communism, when I read this book, I said, another American who doesn't really understand what he's writing about. But the message was fairly clear, and you don't have to look at Somali these days, that probably some kind of predictable political order is better than democratic chaos in many places around the world. So this is along these lines. Morocco and Jordan maybe can be supportive of this view if you look at the Arab Spring a decade ago, what was left out. But even in regions where we could have expected more westernized citizens, like some parts of Eastern Europe, especially Southeastern Europe, the other factor that somehow we did omit is the sheer speed of technological change. It has nothing to do directly with politics. It's simply this executive aggrandizement, I call it executive dominance, is partly due to the fact that, you know, the logic of democracy, that it is a system that deliberately slows down, that has veto points, that you have to deliberately look, time is needed. Also the judiciary, they are slow. Yeah? And it came, the first blow to, and discussion about this executive necessity, in a way, of executive dominance was present in New Zealand by the end of the 80s, early 90s. Never mind how they solved it. But this was on the agenda there. So this sheer speed of technological change, of course, the problem is broader, that contemporary neurosciences and biologists claim that the sheer speed of this change is at odds with human ability to adapt politically, socially. It is a kind of adverse to the generic essence of humanity. And what can help is interesting that already a century ago, in 1922, William Ogburn has published his famous cultural lag theory, in which precisely this, when he was describing the causes of disorganization, this was put on the table, that technological innovations are way behind the ability of the humankind to adapt to these changes. And they come typically first, and then we adapt this adaptive culture. Well, and of course, his point was that when the gap is too big, disorganization follows. We also have the problem in social sciences, and actually we were discussing this during the last 2 days, that we are somehow, I don't know, Adorno in 1960 made this powerful it was on the table since then, that we should be very careful and distinguish statics from dynamics in social sciences. But somehow, actually, we have a problem in our project, how to measure change and how to take care of these dynamics. And we also suffer from, now we are willing to explain the nature and the essence and the decay in some countries of the quality of democracy. But because of this inability to distinguish between the two, we have a problem that deep causality very often is missing, that we are fascinated by R-squares, correlations, coefficients, here and now, which are typically correlates, not causality. So in this project, Horizon Europe, which is on neo-authoritarianism, illiberalism, and populism, we made an effort to make sense of what is going on here. And obviously, the outcome, the first outcome of this analysis basically says that, in a nutshell, contemporary non-liberal democratic ideas, ideologies, and most importantly, political systems start with a very modest attempt at implementing the populist ideas and design. Well, because it sounds very nice, democratically, with the will of the people, responsiveness, whatnot. Then they move to illiberal practices, which are more tough. It's about institutions and bending the rules of the game, and they end up typically in autocratic, authoritarian mess, just as today in Hungary. Hungary is on the other side of what we are discussing here. And it took him 12 years to do that. It's not only that they do not believe in democratic values, it is that he was able to persuade them that the Komi-Ugro-Fenian hypothesis of where the Magyars come from is gone, and this is a new idea that it is the Turkmenic genetic root that is with them. They despise of Westerners and liberal values of the West because they seem to be closer to Kazakhs, Kyrgyz, and Turkmens. And this is where he travels. And of course, I'm not saying here that majority of my Hungarian colleagues truly believe that they have affinity to those places, but equally problematic is that they have affinity to Western world. So, and please be reminded that Fidesz was in power in 1998 to 2008 and to 2002, and we had peace here in power for 2 years, 2005, 2007. At that time, these were still conservatives, slightly more nationalistic, as for our taste probably here, parties, but which were mainstream parties. With the passage of time, the salami tactic starts. Yeah? It cuts the certain privileges, media, constitutional constraints, checks and balances, but it doesn't happen, from day to day. It happens in weeks, months, and so it is hard to see the magnitude of the changes because it is slow. A bit later on, they arrive at totally biased playing field, manipulating the elections. The famous Przeworski's dictum that democracies are institutionalized uncertainties is gone. The rules of the game are being manipulated, not the outcomes. Yeah? The three anti-liberal democratic proposals, populism, illiberalism, and authoritarianism, the way, because we are the Polish team responsible for the theoretical foundations of that, we are eager to go
the following way, to ask the kind of Arebur questions that was asked by Linz. Are these regimes consolidated? Are they institutionalized? So the three questions are these actors willing, are there actors in Hungary, for instance, willing and able to fight the illiberal regime there? Secondly, how widespread is the social support for this regime? And thirdly, do political actors left on the scene abide to the new constitution that Orban was implementing? So yes, illiberalism, probably today Hungary is even moving from illiberalism to autocratic regime, meaning that there is more formal and rigid undemocratic structures and institutions that are consolidated. However, and briefly, their narratives, it's interesting to see that they are either illiberals or neo-authoritarians, which indicates that their narratives, ideas, and ideologies and regimes are not, they are not revolutionary. They are restorative. Yeah? What they dream of is to come to some past situation, and there is very little of newness in what they offer. Is it a result of their lack of imaginary, innovative spirit, or do they really want to improve democracy towards more populist, more, I would say, egalitarian? This question has not been answered yet. To be sure, they might be revolutionary in style and procedure, but restoratory in substance. Yeah? The systems they create are non-innovative, they hardly offer new solutions, etc. They offer their followers a promise they will live their lives their grandfathers, grandmothers did. It seems that the ideologies of these non-liberal regimes do not trust themselves, and they are not capable of offering something new. By the way, it's interesting, and I've asked this question already elsewhere, which indirectly indicates what I'm talking about. Why aren't they a kind of ranking institutions of these authoritarian regimes? I would imagine if they are serious about that they are axiologically and normatively right, they would have had something like a Freedom House or Polity ranking. Well, China and Kazakhstan would be at the top, and special criteria by which to evaluate the historically new regimes that are superior to liberal democracy. There is no even an attempt to do that, which is a shame. I would be happy to see how such a ranking looks like. So maybe they are aware, which is part of the literature on that they are temporary, that they are volatile regimes, and that they are here just for a short period of time. Another broad problem is with what we do, and this is strictly already methodological, is that even in our project, of course, we have comparativists have no problems in comparison in space. Well, there is France, there is Italy, there is Poland, there are borders. Yeah? The problem is comparison in time. How to distinguish and where is the threshold between the Fourth Republic, French Fourth Republic, and Fifth Republic? We sort of know, end of 50s, early 60s, and whether we live here in Poland in the Third or Fourth Republic. So the thresholds are extremely important. Of course, there is a very helpful contribution by, like many others, by Stefano Bartolini in 1993, piece on time and comparison. But still, we need to get it right, the criteria by which we can distinguish and delineate the old from the new. This applies to the new illiberal neo-authoritarian regimes, and it also apparently was a problem in Hungary and Poland to delineate when the old has ended and the new started in 1989. By the way, let me recollect one thing. János Kornai, famous Hungarian economist, once upon a time at a conference in Budapest in some 20 years ago, said, well, you political scientists are strange. You think that something important happened in Hungary in 1989.
to my knowledge, he says, and as an economist, the real thresholds in the history of Hungary is 68, when the economic reform, the kind of marketization started and then supported in 1979. And the second real threshold was in 1995, where Bokros reform came into play in the economy. In 19, okay, he was titillating the audience, but nevertheless, something of a problem is, yeah? So one of the explanations, not necessarily the dominant, about why is it that Poland and Hungary, which were the actors with a real grassroots objections to communism, which de facto dismantled in two different ways the communism in this part of the world, at the same time ended up in this poor shape as we see it today. And of course, there are many answers to this question, but one of those is precisely that something went wrong with this threshold, with the establishing when the ancien regime was gone and the new started. So, there are more things on that, but I consider this to be very important, and I'm coming to an end. The end is the following. I had the privilege to have a seminar here on dealing with Anthropocene for the last 4 years already, and trying to persuade social scientists that we need a paradigmatic change. You know, geologists are telling us that human beings have become a geological factor. What a fantastic thing. Look, for the first time in history, those from real sciences are approaching us and saying, it is the human being who changes geology, the rocks and other things. And here we are, psychologists, sociologists, we can help. Those geologists and physicians, chemists, they don't understand what a human being is. But so far, it is pretty ineffective. So I am afraid that after 5 years of attempts to activate the social society community here in Poland and elsewhere, that my experience with widespread neglect of the Anthropocene will force me to come again and say something of what went wrong. In the 2020, well, anyway, so to make the very long story shorter, we are currently discussing in this domain the following issues. Since Homo sapiens is part of the history of the planet, since it is a geological factor, they ask us which part of modernity and the side effects, negative side effects, some call it capitalocene, indicating that this great acceleration which happened in the consumption and all kinds of indicators after 1950, this is the kind of golden spike, this is the kind of threshold for them to distinguish between the Holocene and the Anthropocene. Currently, we need to ask ourselves the following questions. How to represent nature? How to represent silence to zero? Yeah? We were sensitive to silent minorities, human silent minorities, but the question of the day is, what about the silence of forests, lakes, tigers, orangutans, birds, etc.? They need to be represented. And in many parts of the world, you might know that New Zealand, again, a very innovative country, has attributed legal rights to rivers. You can go to court and defend a river not because it does not serve the humans, but because of autotelic for their own sake. So I have a small project representing silence to zero, how to activate the kind of phonational devices of animals and the nature. New professions are needed. The new professions that are legitimized and authoritatively recognized to represent the nature, to represent, in many countries currently there is a serious debate about having the third chamber, predominantly represented by young people who would have veto powers towards this elderly, sometimes democratic institutions of the first and second chamber, to avoid passing laws which are disastrous for the future of the new populations. There are new courses at universities like Anthropocene Governance, Anthropocene Accountability, because the literature says on that, what capitalism and market economy got it wrong was the cost of the products, because the nature was constant and zero. Now it turns that, and the new initiatives by the European Union also urge us to think of having a new way of calculating the real costs of what we produce. Thank you.
Do we have questions? Please introduce yourself.
Yes, Jan Kubik. Well, brilliant as often, Radek, thank you so much. Great for an anthropologist to hear, a sociologist, I guess, to come to those conclusions. I think that the emphasis on Anthropocene and weird, you didn't quote Heinrich, but you talked about it, and I think it's absolutely central. That what he understands by weird is Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, right? And that taking this small group as a model for everything else, I completely agree. We're paying a price for it. So thank you for this. I have a question. I'm working on with a group of people on the new handbook on illiberalism, actually. And one of the questions we raised several times is conceptually the difference between illiberalism and anti-liberalism. I don't know if you thought about it, but I would be really, maybe if you try to reflect on it, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
One more question.
Thank you very much. You, Lena Kolarska-Bobinska, you mentioned that you have a difficulty because you cannot compare on times the illiberal or autocratic regimes. But how about using the time and compare those who are going from populism to illiberalism and then going to autocracy with those countries in Europe right now which had taken different way, going back from illiberal through unpopulistic, going toward the more open, transparent democracy, because there are a couple of countries in Europe. I know that you have to concentrate on illiberalism, but I think this could explain us some of the choices people made. I think that Czech Republic will go this way. I think that Slovakia, and there are a couple of 3, 4 others. Thank you.
Okay.
Krzysztof Gorlach, Jagiellonian University, Krakow. I have one question to this brilliant talk. Do you agree that we have in social sciences already the answer to your questions? That's the concept or idea or theory of sustainable development. Sustainable development, that this is this kind of thinking about changes with the idea of protection of nature and with the elimination of negative social effects. It's slow, it needs deliberation, but still it exists in social science. Thank you.
Do we have more?
Jacek Moskalewicz, I am sociologist. Well, I was wondering what you meant by the importance of these thresholds in the history of Hungary and Poland. You claimed that the threshold should be accurately defined to understand why, for example, Poland and Hungary went from very progressive and liberal reforms towards more illiberal or even authoritarian features in the political systems.
And last question.
Thank you very much, Kamil Joński, Warsaw School of Economics. I would like to ask about the one word that we haven't discussed today, which is religion. Because almost everywhere we have democratic backsliding, we have also priests all around. So in America, we have evangelical Christians. In Poland, we have Roman Catholic. In Russia, we have Russian Orthodox. In India, we have Hindutva, let alone the political Islam. So maybe one part of the story of illiberalism is a comeback or strike back of the religion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So that's all for questions. Please answer.
Let's start with the last one. I'm afraid if I start about religion, I'm unstoppable. And I have on many occasions, but also actually co-authored a piece with Michał a few years ago about where this idea that somehow Homo Sovieticus is doing harm to us here in Poland as far as democratic credentials are concerned. Well, in this piece, we shown that it is not Homo Sovieticus that contributes, for instance, to low social capital, the bridging type, but precisely Homo Catholicus. Yeah? It is this Catholic Church with, I'm talking about the institution just to make sure I'm not talking about religion. Of course, it overlaps. But so my story with religion and this, actually, I am sort of interpreting what goes on in Poland in a similar way like part of Americans would interpret the kind of white Anglo-Saxon angry men of 50 plus that are against the liberal rules of the game. So in Poland, we are here in a very specific period in which those who are deeply rooted to the traditions, the Polish Catholic traditions, are clearly seeing that probably in 5 to 10 years, they will be a minority in this country. And it is precisely the same in, say, United States, where you might be even from Western Virginia, to believe that you are a direct heir of Madison and Federalist Papers intellectual tradition. But if you see that probably in few years, the titular majority is very likely to become a minority in their own country, the rules of the game start being manipulated. The story with Polish peace, let me remind you, 5.7 million out of 31 voted for them in 2015 election. It is a highly mobilized minority that dominates the politics. Otherwise, I don't know where these issues of Polish conservatives come from, our Polish National Election Study and other studies. We are liberals, cosmopolitans, open-minded people are more in this country. It's the problem that they are not politically mobilizable somehow. There are definite majority of those. So religion plays a role here, enormous one, and I have no time to go into details. Secondly, why, to Professor Maskalewicz, why thresholds are important? Well, it turns out, initially we thought that roundtables and this negotiated, rather pactada than ruptura in the literature, this is the parlance that is being used, is very helpful, and that it is better to pardon, to forget, rather than... So Polish and Hungarian, because of the first-comer status, we had our first constitution 8 years after the collapse of the regime. In this period, and that's interesting, that precisely in Hungary and in Poland, constitutional courts were doing a fantastic job. Why? Because there was a permanent discrepancy between the old constitutions and the new rules that were adopted, and there was no new constitutions, unlike in Bulgaria, Romania, which immediately after 1990 adopted a new constitution. But this period in which also the decisions taken around, I have no time to discuss it, around the June election of 1989 proved that we are living in a country of, say, rules negotiability. Yeah? So there was certain agreement on the national list in this election, but then it turned out that 33 out of 35 are gone, and something has to be done about it, and this was at odds with the rules we have agreed. And this prolonged period of lack of constitutional rules creates a kind of volatility and rules negotiability climate, which further on is disaster. Because, you know, this chap here a few years ago, when they came to power, he said, well, constitution, it's several sheets of paper. Why care about? This is nothing that important. So I think thresholds, it seems, are important. Now, well, the sustainability development, it doesn't work. As simple as that, yeah. I mean, the disastrous development in what happens to species, what happens to the soil, what happens in the oceans indicates that, yeah, we have good ideas, but somehow it is a revolutionary change that is expected. And Greta and others, the youngsters, actually in our project, I think also the EE says, if we miss the climate, if we want to explain the behavior of the youth in our ESS, democratic, without looking at the climate attitudes, let me put it shortly, would be a great mistake. Yes, there are some, now to Lena, back from illiberal to liberal. Well, the Czech Republic, you know, Babiš, this was a specific technocratic populism in which he came and said he will govern the country like enterprise. So basically there was nothing of a classical illiberal manipulations with institutions. The same, well, yes, in Slovakia and Croatia initially had problems with nationhood. Yeah, this were the countries in which first you had to, back to Linz again, first you have to have a borders, you have to have citizens, and that's why Mečiar and whoever in Croatia for several years, and they were back to democracy. But in order to judge democracies, whether it's liberal or not, you need at least, 20 years. It's not enough to look at these shifts between elections. And finally, Jan, yeah, illiberal, anti-liberal, there is even more recently in our project, Ben, who is here, Stanley, reminded us that there is also post-liberalism. There are those who are critical of liberal democracy, but are trying to work on it by improving rather than fighting it. So, no, I haven't so far been able to distinguish between illiberal and anti-liberal, but I'll look into that and I'll write you a letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So right now we move to the next point. It's a panel session, Europeans' views on democracy. I would like to invite on the stage Professor Pedro Riera, Dr. Irene Palacios, and Dr. Sergio Martini.
Where is here?
10 minutes. Okay, Professor Pedro Riera from Carlos III University from Madrid, right?
Yeah.
Is correct?
Yeah. Okay, so good morning, everyone. I am going to briefly present on a research that I have been conducting with two colleagues, Enrique Hernandez from the Autonomous University of Barcelona, that it's there, and Monica Ferrin, that it's not here anymore, from the University of A Coruña. So basically, This research deals with the populist surge that we have seen in Europe in the last decades, right? So in this graph that I hope that you can see here, you see a line that it's trending up, and the meaning of this line trending up, it's basically the idea that over time in these last 3 decades, that it's the decades that you can see here, okay, populist parties have been increasing their electoral support. And this is a phenomenon that obviously with some variations across countries, it's somehow, we could call it universal, meaning by that right now in all European parliaments, at least you have one populist party present there. Sometimes it's more than one. Most of them have a radical right populist party, but then you have also radical left populist parties as well. So basically in this research, what we try to do is to say or to see to what extent the voters of this particular group of parties are presenting some different democratic attitudes, democratic views. And basically, in order to do this, the first thing that we did is to basically classify the whole list of parties that we have in Europe using conventional data sets that we have in comparative politics. Here, for the sake of not showing several slides in a row, so I just put an example of the first countries that we have in our data set alphabetically ordered. So you have here Austria, Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Estonia, and then we will follow until we get to the last one in our research. We have in total 22 countries right now. We are expecting to have more countries once the data, new data are released. And basically these are the countries that we have in the 10th wave of the European Social Survey. So here you see that we were basically classifying these parties into 4 groups, depending on whether they are populist or not, and then depending on whether they are left-wing parties or right-wing parties. And out of the combination of the 2 dimensions, we were having these 4 categories. So how we were, explaining the vote for these parties? So we were basically using 5 democratic dimensions, okay? So we were asking Europeans what was their level of agreement with different items related to democracy. And we were constructing these 5 democratic dimensions that we were labeling liberal, electoral, social, direct, and populist. And here basically you are having, or you can see, I'm not going to extend on this because I don't have that much time, what were the items that we were using in order to create these dimensions, okay? So for example, the liberal, okay, the level of agreement with these 3 items that you can see here in terms of freedom of press, in terms of rights of minorities, in terms of equal treatment by courts, and the same with the electoral dimension, obviously things related to elections, whether they are free and fair, etc., etc. Here you will have the social dimension, okay? So the level of agreement with, items related to reduction of poverty, for example, related to economic equality. Then we have an item related to direct democracy, and then finally we are having, 2 items related to populist, okay, to populism, okay? So to what extent the will of the people should be stopped, to what extent, you are more in favor of, the people or the elites. So once we were creating these dimensions, this level of agreements with these different, items, we were going to the data. And I don't know to what extent you are going to be able to see here this, but we were trying to see the average level of agreement, okay, of the voters of the different groups of parties across Europe, okay, these 4 groups of parties that I was explaining before. So for example, the first, graph that you can barely see, in the figure, what is the meaning there? So we are trying to see, depending on you voting for a populist right, for a populist left party, for a non-populist right party, or for non-populist left-wing party, what is your level of agreement with liberal democracy? And
Although I'm afraid that you cannot see it very well, the finding that we see here is that are the voters of non-populist left-wing parties the ones that are agreeing the most with this idea of liberal democracy, for example. Electoral democracy, not that much difference across types of parties. In the bottom of the screen, you see social justice, okay? A dimension that, according to our expectations, should define the vote for left-wing parties compared to the vote for right-wing parties. So here the surprise comes because of the fact that, you know, populist right-wing voters behave more or less the same than left-wing voters. So, you know, voters that on average are voting for the National Rally in France or for the Liberal Party in Austria or for, you know, the Lega in Italy are having a level of support more or less similar than a traditional voter for a communist party or for a socialist party. So in this social justice dimension, we don't see particular differences between the populist right and, you know, the left-wing parties, irrespective of whether they are populist or not. And here you have, you know, some additional, you know, evidence related to direct democracy and related to populism. Okay, I would finish with this. When we are asking people whether they are in favor of a populist democracy or not, and I'm simplifying something that obviously is more complex, this is where we are seeing that there is a clear picture of separation between vote for populist parties and vote for non-populist parties. Those respondents that prefer a populist version of democracy are going to be the ones more likely to vote for these populist parties. Probably not very striking, okay, but it's good that with this rich data set that we have, thanks to the European Social Survey, we can somehow confirm some of our theoretical expectations about how attitudes toward democracy explain the vote for different parties. And I will close here. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to be also on time. So next presentation is from Dr. Irene Palacios, University of Murcia and University of Cambridge. Irene, so the relationship between views and evaluations of democracy.
Well, thank you very much, Michał. Well, I'm going to show you, I'm going to speak about the relationship between views or expectations and evaluations of democracy, and also I'm going to give you a little bit more details about the rationale of our model of questions and how this leads me to evaluate the relationship between the two concepts, which, as some of my colleagues have already explained in detail this morning, traditionally survey questions were focused on knowing the global satisfaction of democracy, of citizens with the way democracy works in their countries. So traditionally, we only could know with traditional questions whether individuals were satisfied or unsatisfied with democracy generally. But it could be the case that some people could be happy with some aspects of democracy, but not with others, right? So some people could be happy with the media freedom, but unhappy with the protection of minorities in their country, or happy with the rule of law and happy with, for instance, the welfare state. Also, traditionally, the other traditional question used in surveys, in cross-national and national surveys, was about how your global support for democracy as the best form of government. And we will have people saying that they trust democracy, or other people saying they do not trust democracy. But it could be the case that some people maybe were not trusting democracy because they were not very happy or were not, didn't have an idea of democracy as the mainstream model, the liberal model. They would say, well, I would like to have a more direct democracy, model of democracy in my country, or I would love to be a democracy more focused on protection, and protection of social inequalities and all these kind of things. So it could be the case, as it is actually, that people have a multidimensional notion of democracy in their minds. And that's why we came up with this model of questions, with the already second wave of this model, because we wanted to disentangle what was, as my colleagues have explained before, what was behind behind citizens' opinions about democracy in much more detail. Hanspeter Kriesi has already spoke about this very briefly, but this was covered by two traditional concepts in the literature. One was a specific support, which covers which measures satisfaction with the specific performance of democracy in your country. And the other one was diffuse support, which is trust in democracy or support for the ideal of democracy as the best for a government. This is how we have traditionally investigated about citizens' opinions about democracy. But these two concepts and these measures used to cover these concepts had two main problems. One of them, it was that they were seen, diffuse and specific support were seen as something unconnected. People could be, scholars usually used to focus on whether people were satisfied or insatisfied, or whether they think that democracy was the best form of government or not, but they never have connected, put these two concepts into connection. And the second thing, the second main problem of this way of approaching the analysis of citizens' opinions about democracy is that diffuse and specific support were traditionally seen as something uniform and one-dimensional concepts about democracy. Well, as I say, we introduced in this model of questions in the ESS two new concepts that were trying to tap into diffuse and specific support in a more detailed manner, right? Focusing on different dimensions of democracy and all these things. These two concepts allow us not only to understand in detail how citizens think of democracy and evaluate the different dimensions of democracy, but also to make other type of analysis. And for instance, we can also investigate what is, to say, the psychological mechanism of citizens to create these conceptions or expectations about democracy and their evaluations. So also to understand how these two opinions about democracy are formed, we started from the assumption that they are actually intrinsically very, very connected. They have a reciprocal relationship, actually. We think that how citizens evaluate democracy's different dimensions is a function of what they consider to be important for democracy, and at the same time, their normative conceptions about democracy are influenced by their daily experience with the democratic system. So there is a very tight relationship between the two, and they are very mutually connected. Well, but somehow we wanted to also investigate, as I said, how, if they are very connected at the attitudinal level, how they are formed. And among other things, we analyze the effect of education. So I'm going to show you very few results of the analysis regarding the influence of education in this relationship, in this reciprocal relationship. We know from the previous literature that education plays a positive role in support for democracy in general, and also in other normative democratic values, for instance, in tolerance and equality. So we thought that obviously education can also play plays a positive role in determining the democratic views about the different dimensions of democracy. And also we know that education from other previous research, also plays a positive role in transforming more higher values of democracy into more critical evaluations of democracy when necessary. For instance, more educated people with higher values are more critical of corruption and all these things. Well, so in this case, we expected that education was playing a positive effect or causal mechanism in having higher values about democracy, and then also having higher, more positive evaluations of democracy. Similarly, we also expect that education influences positively evaluations, because education facilitates the acquisition and processing of political information. And then those individuals who are, due to the higher education, are more informed about politics, they will end up having higher democratic values. Well, this is very simple saying, and well, I analyzed it for the 4 dimensions of democracy that we have, that my colleagues have already spoke about. We have a liberal state, and we investigate this connection regarding all the liberal dimension. Also, we have a social dimension, a direct democracy dimension, and a populist democracy dimension. Well, these models are a bit complicated, and Jack's gonna show very few. I'm gonna give you a few details about them, but that's something that already Pedro Magalhaes mentioned before. We have found that education actually plays a positive role, but only regarding liberal democratic values. So those individuals more educated tends to have higher values regarding liberal democracy. They tend to think that all the aspects related to liberal democracy are very important, but they have less values, or they think that a social democracy or a direct democracy model, or a populist democracy model are less important. So they tend to value very much all the liberal values, but they tend to disregard other models of democracy. Also, another interesting finding from here is, if you see in the bubbles up across in one of the lines, this is an interaction between education and values, and how the interaction between education and values have an influence on evaluations. And here things once we see how people with high values and education at the same time, I mean, those highly educated with high values on the different aspects of democracy tend to evaluate the specific aspects of democracy, things. For instance, we see that those highly educated and with high values, with high liberal values, tend to be very critical of liberal performance, which is something which is in line with the critical citizens account that we know that our highly educated individual with high values tend to be critical. And by contrast, we know that well, for the other models of democracy, not for the liberal model, we say that more educated individuals with high social values, for instance, tend to be less critical. And the same for the populist model and the direct democracy model. So more educated individuals, in the end, tend to be not too critical with the performance of the additional models of democracy, but that could be also because they use differently, make a different use of this dimension of democracy than other individuals. For instance, more educated individual could be using less or differently the welfare state, and for that reason they are less critical than people with lower education. Well, these are, I think I'm going to skip this and go into the conclusions. We know that, very briefly, some very basic results is that education is crucial to have higher liberal democratic values. Less educated individuals have visions of democracy that go beyond the minimal liberal model. And education is not only a way to create your views or your notions about what a good democracy should be, but also helps individuals to transform these values into specific evaluations of performance. That's all. Thank you very much.
Now we have last presenter, Dr. Sergio Martini from University of Siena. Support for democracy and support for autocracy, two sides of the same coin, question mark.
Oh, yes. Maybe here? Yes, I got it. So, okay, good morning to all of you. And today, this presentation is going to somehow recollect some of the ideas that have been discussed before, and especially on the state of support for democracy in Europe, at least with the European Social Survey data, and also whether there is any interconnection with other form of preferences for other non-democratic alternatives. In fact, we usually consider a basic component of legitimacy, so it's very important, democracy for support for democracy, and it is measured by means of single items, asking whether the citizens prefer democracy over other alternatives. Usually these items give a very good picture of the state of democracy, as Professor Magalhaes was saying before. Across the globe, and the majority of publics within countries are in favor of democracy. But we also saw that when you ask them afterwards whether they prefer other form of governments, they say, yeah, maybe the strong leader is acceptable. So the idea here is there any interconnection between the two? And I'm not going to show that, but the idea is also to study what factors somehow are connected to these two forms of alternative regimes. So we have these two questions. How important is to live in a democracy? From 0 to 10, extremely important is 10. And then we also asked how acceptable is for you to have a strong leader that behave above the law. And here is, again, 0-10, but from not at all acceptable to completely acceptable. So the higher the score in the first one, the higher the support for democracy, the higher the score in the second one is the higher support for autocracy. If we look at the distribution, basically pulling the country, the 22 countries that I've considered all together, and we see how the scores are distributed, we see that support for democracy is very high. Across the 22 countries, on average, more than 75% of the people give a score higher than 7 or even 8. There is a variation across countries, but the average is very high. In fact, the model category is 10, so 50% of the public interviewed in the 22 countries is in favor of democracy. If we look at the second indicators, there is a little bit more of variation, but it's skewed to the other side. So the model category now is 0, the average score is 2. There is a little bit, as I said, variation, so people tend to distribute also across other points, but the majority of public is against a strong leader. Then there is also another way we can have kind of a stricter definition of democracy. So we could only isolate people that answer 10 if we have a kind of a dichotomous view of democracy. If you really are a Democrat, you should answer 10. Otherwise, if you are against the autocracy, you should have answered 0. If we plot the first type of percentage, so let's say highly committed Democrats, as someone also raised before, we see that there is still kind of a variation across countries. So we have the Northwestern that ranked at the top, and then we have kind of like the Eastern and Southern countries below. Actually, Poland does pretty good. So there is a kind of like a large percentage of people above the average of the 22 countries that is in favor of support for democracy. So I don't know whether this data are speaking also with respect to the previous presentation. And then we have, for instance, my dear Italy, that is below the average. So not the majority of the public actually picked 10. Okay, so with respect to trends and country difference, this is maybe not the best way to present, but we can rank the countries both on the ESS 10 and compare it to the rankings in the ESS 6, so 10 years ago. And of course, those who confirm those rankings should be located on the diagonal, whether instead they are above the diagonal, they rose in support for democracy, so the percentage of highly committed Democrats have risen during the period, otherwise they are below the diagonal. We see that, I mean, those countries that scored very low actually tend to score very low also in the future. So there are persistence of low levels of support for democracy, and the same way there is a persistence of high level of support. There is a path dependence, let's say. But there is also somehow variation, and my dear Italy again has seen like a decline, while Poland has instead testified a rise in support for democracy, but also other countries. Okay, next one. Okay, as I said, they were first asked about their support for democracy, but then they were probed about whether a strong leader was acceptable. And this is what it is plotted by in this graph. So on the x-axis, we have the percentage of highly committed Democrats, unambiguous Democrats. And on the y-axis, they are those who somehow accept a strong leadership. So the bottom right corner gives you those countries in which there is a preponderance of Democrats. And again, we have the northwestern part. We have also Poland. While on the top left corner, we have those in which the autocrats are the preponderant part of the country. And again, we almost find only Eastern European countries, but we have also, like for instance, Italy, in which there is 50-50% between those who say that democracy is important, and there are actually a larger share of people that accept strong leadership. And there are also Finland and Greece, in which these two dimensions are somehow combined. Of course, these patterns are the country level. Then if you look at the correlation at the individual level, actually you see that correlation is negative between the two indicators, but it's pretty low. It's 0.35. So support for democracy and support for autocracy somehow seems not to be mutually exclusive. Is the like maybe connected to the previous topic of pandemic. I mean, we favor democracy, but when we have contingencies, we need someone that actually achieved the goal. So somehow we accept strong leadership. I have to say also that survey mode has changed in the two-time period, and there are many things going on in these 10 years, as someone said before, so we need to make sense of all these changes somehow, or differences. Okay, we can also have an even stricter picture, so we get only those who answer 10 is extremely important to live in a democracy, but at the same time, I do not accept a strong leader, so I pick 0. And of course, when we do that, percentage of people that are really those who are Democrats, or maybe if you look at style of responses, tend to pick the extremes. But I mean, if we give this substantive knowledge, we still look that actually makes sense. Northern part are still at the top of the ranking. Czech Republic scores always very bad. The same as Slovakia, the same as Hungary. And Poland, again, if you really pick those who say that democracy is important and strong leadership is not acceptable, is again above the average. The average now is dropped dramatically, of course. It's not anymore the larger public, but in the 22 countries, those who are completely in favor of democracy, completely against autocracy are 38% on average. Okay, so to sum up, so of course, the indicator of support for democracy confirm that there is a wide majority that is in favor. There is this kind of divide between northeastern part and the southern part. Italy is somehow a crucial deviant case in which we are in trouble somehow. Poland, on the other hand, differs from other Eastern European countries. We might say that there is much stability with some changes, but correlation is there. I mean, those countries that scored in 2012 pretty bad, they tended to score again pretty bad in 2022. And when it comes to measurement, we know that, okay, we can rely on single items, but it's much better to combine with others that somehow make a proof of what the respondent actually was believing or was saying in the previous item. And what we will discover is that the two are not that much correlated. Of course, when you are stricter in your definition of support for democracy, the picture differs, so we might have different results. Of course, this is always be depending on how we operationalize concepts. I'm not showing results. Of course, we ran also some models to explaining correlates of support for democracy, support for democracy, and holding on what was saying before all the previous presenters. Of course, we distinguish between different democratic views. Of course, the item of support for democracy has another problem, the fact that it speaks about democracy too generally, so it leaves too much of a room inside for thought processes, and we don't really know what people think about. What we know with this data is that there is an association on whether people hold liberal values, so they are in favor of checks and balances, independence of power, free and fair election, and the more they are, the more they support democracy. At the country level is that what it really matters in terms of correlation is that in those countries in which democracy perform better in terms of control for corruption, rule of law, and government effectiveness, also average levels of support for democracy and support for tend to be higher, and support for the autocracy tend to be lower. We are working on that, and maybe spreading liberal values can help somehow improve support for democracy, and the same way regime effectiveness. So thank you for your attention. These are the results if anyone wants to look into it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And we have time for 2-3 questions. Are there any? To all participants, to all panelists. Please introduce yourself.
Krzysztof Gorlach, Jagiellonian University, Krakow. All of 3 presentations were excellent, but I have only 2 questions for the second and the third presenter. To the second presenter, it seems to me a little dubious. I'm quite skeptical about your general thesis that education plays a positive role in support for democracy as well as equality and toleration. My doubts are based on that it depends on the content of education which is offered in particular country. And we have in Poland right now a kind of the experience observing the efforts of our current Ministry of Education to introduce the education program, which I think has nothing to do with the support of democracy, equality, and toleration for others. But that's my thought. And I have a question, direct question to the third presenter. How to define the strong leader or the strong man? Because it seems to me that also supporters of democracy may claim that the strong leaders enjoy the strong support from citizens, from voters, so their strength is based on democracy. So how to define exactly the strong leader? It seems to me that you defined him or her as somebody who breaks the democratic rules. Am I right? Thank you very much.
Do we have more?
Jacek Moskalewicz. I wonder if you could predict how the map of Europe would look like in 10 years to come, based on your results of 2010 and 2020 survey. To what extent predictions that could have been formulated in 10 years ago are correct, and what are the future of the prediction on the basing on social survey, European social survey? Thank you.
The last short question. No, so then I will pass the mic to panelists.
Thank you.
Well, for your question, I think it's really interesting. Obviously, we are measuring the effect of all countries in the sample and the effect of education in democratic views. Taking into account all countries in the sample, I think we were discussing yesterday in our workshop the possibility to include case studies of particular countries which could be of interest for any reason, and Poland and maybe other countries could be interesting to look at regarding how the effect of education could be different. Unfortunately, I don't think that since the effect is not, well, and could be the case, our colleagues from Poland could tell us more. If we could capture only in this with this cross-sectional data that we have, but now we have the opportunity with these two waves to measure, how education and education policies have changed in some countries, and they may have some influence in democratic views. So that could be also interesting to include and to look at, but unfortunately we haven't looked at yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. The first one is actually very important. I was not the one involved in the process of really developing the questions, but as far as I know, the strong leadership question has been one of the most tricky, maybe because leadership actually has to do with democracy, because the conception of leadership is different depending on democracy, more majoritarian and more proportional democracy. But the idea there is that somebody that act above the law, meaning also against the constitutional arrangements that ensure control of powers. When it comes to the second one, is of course a very tricky question. First of all, because social science most of times is deal more with ex post rationalization. So we speak about the past, not about the future. Although maybe, I don't know, big data one day will help us with this. Of course, in 10 years would be impossible. The second thing is that, looking at the map, there is a huge correlation. So this means that there are structural, this is part of structural problems within each political system, and I'm thinking about especially my country, Italy. So I would say that Italy will score pretty bad again. That would be my tendency. But at the same time, in 10 years, if we look backwards and we see how many things actually has happened, we don't know what could happen in 2 months. So we never know. You want to say something?
Yeah. Oh, okay, so I'm going to try to address your question, although when we are teaching students, one of the main messages that I try to convey, the first day of class is that we are not there to predict, okay? So, if you are asked about predictions, try to escape, the question, because it's very easy that we are going to be wrong with our predictions. Having said this, I think that three main ideas come to my mind in order to, to address this future path of democracy and the vote for populist parties. First of all, I think that there is not going to be that much change. I think that populist parties are here and they are going to last. So I don't think that they are going to vanish. They are not going to disappear. I think that they are here and they are going to stay. Populism is something that it's going to be very difficult to see that it's going to disappear, at least in the near future. Then second thing, there could be big exogenous shocks that could somehow transform this pattern that we were explaining, like, a new pandemic crisis, or, a big economic crisis. This is something that we cannot, predict, and we cannot assess how it's going to play a role, whether there is going to be one or not. So I don't know. What I think that it's going to be crucial in order to, to explain the future path of populist parties is the fact that since these parties now are relatively big in some countries, and in some countries they are in government, and in some countries, they have won elections, I think that, this participation in government is going to be crucial, right? Because I think it's going to somehow, on the one hand, probably it's going to entail for them some potential electoral costs, because, governing, we know that is always costly for the parties that are in government. You could say, well, but in Poland, well, in Hungary, it's never happening. But, I think that at some point it's going to be costly for these parties that have been in government, provided that democracy stays, there. And for populist parties, it's even more costly, okay? Because, when these parties enter into government, we are going to see it, I think, in the case of Italy, the gap between their discourse and the things that they can do in the context of a European Union country, I think it's, it's complicated, right? And they have to address this kind of controversy between their message and their actual policies. And I think that this is going to somehow disappoint their voters. So I think that my prediction is that they are not going to disappear, but probably they are going to decrease as long as they enter governments. And obviously, that the attitudes of voters towards them could be also transformed, right? I mean, in the sense that, if a populist voter wants to keep voting for these parties that are in government, obviously they are not going to be able to do it on the basis of the same, democratic attitude. So if they keep voting for them, their views towards democracy probably are going to change, because, government is going to shape, these attitudes of these voters. So this is another prediction that I could make about how this is going to evolve in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to thank our panelists. And I would, yes. So maybe a drink. Okay. So I just need to give mic, please.
We are on a conference of democracy, but we keep to use the term liberal democracy. So it seems that liberal and democracy are inseparable siblings. And now, first of all, we don't have liberal economy, because liberal comes from Adam Smith, and Adam Smith would never think about economy without people who produce goods to fulfill needs of other people. So people were the very important part of his economic equation. And now, from the 70s of 20th century, we have actually neoliberal economy. Neo means that the human part was subtracted from the equation to maximize the financial result. So at this point, we have neoliberal, which means, which aims are short horizon and individualism, and we have democracy that works in long horizon and looks for common goods, social wealth, and so on. So the aims of liberal part and the aim of democracy part looks that they are in contradiction in their aims. So maybe to save the democracy, to make it flourish, we should cut the part of liberalism.
Could you please answer yes or no? And then we can move discussion for lunch.
There are people better qualified to answer this question, but if I may be very short, it's, well, we had experience with democracy without the liberal component, namely in the interwar period. And precisely what happened after World War II is to have these checks and balances, constitutional tribunals, minority rights protection, and all this. This has little to do with what is understood by liberal in the economy. Well, it has some links to property rights, of course, etc. But otherwise, I think there are those among us who think that illiberal democracy, what Orban is saying today that he is after, is an oxymoron. It simply cannot exist. Yeah? Then there are others who are more leaning towards this populist model of democracy, which say, well, yeah, but still the will of the people, responsiveness of the governments to the will of the people, referendums and other elements of contemporary democracy should, well, this is the big debate today between those who are considered populist or illiberals and those who are sticking to the liberal democratic package. But I know also that Hanspeter more swiftly and persuasively will answer this question. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And our last part, last but not least, so we have a special guest with us, Professor Mariano Torcal. I would like to introduce Professor Mariano Torcal as he is a former national coordinator of European Social Survey in Spain, so my previous counterpart. He is professor at Pompeu Fabra University in Barcelona. He is also director of Research and Expertise Center for Survey Methodology. So, and this institution is very important for European Social Survey as it's part of core scientific team of European Social Survey. And also, which is also important, he's ex-president of World Association of Public Opinion Research Latin America. So Latin American part of World Association of Public Opinion Research. And I asked Professor Torcal to answer a bit provocative question. So why do we need studies like European Social Survey? And actually, we can frame it in that way. Why taxpayers should should fund these kind of studies? So, Mariano?
Can you help me with this? Sorry about this.
So, here's your stick, okay. It's, where is it?
It's not detected?
It's not detected? Or maybe here.
Okay, all right, perfect. Why is no opening? Ah, finally, okay. Well, thank you for interrupting this interesting discussion, and I was enjoying myself too. I'm gonna try to make it a little more entertaining. I know it's time for lunch very soon, so I'm gonna be very direct. I hope my presentation is short, and it's impossible to be entertaining, but at least make it as light as possible. Okay. And I want to start also thinking that it's an honor for me to be in this very important institution in the study of social science and give me the possibility to talk about the European Social Survey, which I've been involved for many years from the very beginning, although now I'm not a national coordinator, and I'm going to explain why. And also, this is, so I really want to thank everybody, the president of the institution and all the all the colleagues that are working here, because I'm really honored to be here and also the organizers of this event. After saying that, I want to start to talk about the title of my presentation. And the title of my presentation is actually a sentence produced by Pippa Norris when she was talking about comparative surveys in social science. She said it was the ESS is the Rolls-Royce of comparative surveys. Why is it Rolls-Royce of comparative surveys? Well, the reason because it's a Rolls-Royce of comparative surveys is because methodologically it's the state of the art. It's a very demanding comparative survey, which entitled an incredible amount of work behind it. Because of the scientific team and because of the national coordinators, that everybody's working on it. Because of the technical requirements, starting from the samples designed for the application of the field work, for the translation process, from also a lot of the, I mean, in the contact form, that he generates an incredible amount of peri-data. It means data that is collected and knowing exactly what is going on in the fieldwork, how many contacts we have to do it, on and on and on and on. It's clearly the state of the art in comparative surveys. This is why being the national coordinator is a nightmare. It is not a pleasant, experience, and I really want to thank my policy colleagues who have been in this position before and the actual one, because it entitles an incredible amount of work, which is also very difficult because national coordinators are the link between what is going on in the country with the demanding methodological team that is behind the European Social Survey. And it's really, really difficult job and entail an incredible amount of work and hours and hours and hours. I don't want to bore you with all of this because my conference is actually what about the question that Michał actually asked me to talk about. But I want it to be, and therefore and also it's very technical, and I want to go into these details. But I wanted, so my conference is going to be actually about the impact the social survey has in the social science community and policymakers and on and on. But I want to start saying that one of the things that I'm going to talk is why this European Social Survey is such an incredible and amazing comparative survey project with entitled an incredible knowledge and innovation and state of the art in comparative surveys. Okay, after saying that, and not trying to actually bore you much more, I want to start with one sentence that was produced obviously by Professor Roger Jawel. And he was one of the intellectuals, funders, and the first coordinator of the European Social Survey. He said, when we consider new policies, governments in the past were often ignorant of their citizens' preference and needs. Now, European government has a source for counteracting that ignorance. Okay, so that is the spirit, besides all the methodological thing I mentioned before, but that is the spirit of the European Social Survey. We created from the very beginning, people like me were involved in this, we really believe that our actual goal is to produce a massive infrastructure of research in social science that was not present in the European community, except little things here and there, Euromanometer and other things. But this is a different kind of product, and this is a high standard kind of product. Okay, so just mentioning very fast, and I want to go one by one, just I listed there very fast, is obviously it was funded in 2001, and since there we got a lot of recognition. And I want to emphasize that we have the Discourage Prize that was given to the European Social Survey. We have, obviously, we were recognized as a social and research infrastructure for the European Union. We also want to emphasize that we got a recognition in the United States by the Little Seversky and Verba Prize on Dataset Award in 2020 and 20. So we are talking about here that is highly recognized project has got a lot of awards and recognitions in the academic world, as well as policies making decisions about this in the European Union. Okay. So this is an overview. So what we have produced so far? We produced an academic cross-national survey measuring attitudes and behavior. That's pretty much what it is. We already have 10 rounds. Part of the reason because only 10 rounds is because obviously one of the requirements that although we've been experimenting with other modes of compiling and getting data, but it's mostly face-to-face. So obviously the pandemic was a big hit on this project, so we have to postpone a lot of the collection of data and all this kind of stuff. So that's why also the last wave has been very regular in timing, because one of the goals of the European Union is with taking the survey at the same time. It was 3 months span that obviously we have to relax because of the pandemic. Okay, so we have 10 rounds completed. We have a face-to-face, obviously. We have a little bit, as I mentioned, other modes of collection of data. So self-completion. We are experimenting also with survey online surveys too, and on to try to innovate as much as possible, compare results, what is the difference with one mode instead of the other, and this kind of approach. We have over 475,000 interviews completed. That's an amazing amount of work. You know, all data is free and not commercial use. You can download it easily. It have an incredible archive software in which you can download by year, by country, if you want it, merge, no merge, with rounds you want, with variables you want. It's very friendly user kind of device and designed that really is oriented for people. And I say people, not only academics, people can actually look at. Even we developed an instrument in which some actual people consult data and basic statistics and cross-steps to check basic information that was very costly to develop, but it's very functional. And I'm telling you, it's very functional because for the first time in my life, I see journalists actually looking at the data and ask me questions about what is going on over here. And I actually got an interview recently in Spain, and I was surprised that a journalist was like looking at the data and cross-tabs and say, wow, what do you think about this? She was asking me about political trust, which is an area in which I've been working for a long time. So that's the purpose of all of this. Not only free, but it's friendly for people and politicians, I mean, and people making decisions about policies that can consult the data very easily. Round 10 data is available, although it's not completed because of the reason I explained you about the pandemic. Some countries are in this round. This has been weird and unusual. And so we have more than 2,000 registered users, and we have 4,972 academic publications in different journals, books, and on and on and on. And we actually, as part of the reason also the European Union is doing is compiling all this information as well. So what is the results, what we're doing? They're all constantly reevaluating themselves, you know, and that's something very important for the European Social Survey too. So here is what we may talk about, Michał actually mentioned, is the core scientific team, which is another nice thing about the European Social Survey, because yes, the city is obviously in University of London, and it is the headquarters of the European Social Survey, but it's highly decentralized. So the core scientific team is divided in different universities who are responsible for different parts of the design, different parts of things that have to do with all the technical and methodological supervision. Fortunately, I'm a director of one of the institutions who are part of the European Social Survey, which is the Research and Expertise Center of Survey Methodology in Barcelona and in the Universitat Pompeu Fabra. They divided the work, so some people are working in some areas. In our case, for instance, we're working on questionnaire design, the quality of the questions. We developed a software that could actually test in this all the time, and also working on translation, multicultural translation of the survey too. So there is a lot of work as you can see, but all the people working in different things of the questionnaire, and these are very demanding people, I'm telling you. And I'm telling you from the perspective of the national coordinator, I mean, they're constantly after you, and you have to report to them every 15 days of what is going on with the project, you know, especially when you are about to go in the field or when you are in the field, right? This is the list of countries by rounds. So unfortunately, even though we try very hard, not all the countries complete the 10 rounds. And that is a little limitation, you know. So going down from the European Social Survey, it has a cost. It has a cost for the country, and it has a cost from the project. And I want to emphasize that because I don't know what is the situation in Poland, but in Spain, there has been an issue. And some people didn't see the importance of the European Social Survey because it's social science. So why we have to pay all this money for research infrastructure that is so costly? Who cares about social science, right? Well, we fight about it and we maintain it. And let me tell you, when Spain was about to fall down in the 9th round of the European Social Survey, it was a campaign, national campaign among academics, among journalists, among politicians, saying that it's not acceptable. But also I'm telling you, there was an international campaign because a lot of researchers will say, but I want to keep Spain. I want to know what is going on in Spain. I want to compare Poland with Spain. I want to compare Italy and Portugal with Spain. Can't happen. So that tells you the importance for this community about the European Social Survey. So yes, unfortunately, not all the countries complete the 10 rounds. Some of them completed 9, no. For instance, unfortunately, Greece has been out in some rounds, and it's a big loss. It's a big loss because it's a very interesting comparative case, right? And I don't want to stand in this for so long. This is information about the 10 round, 2022. There are 31 participating countries. Right, we are still waiting for other countries to deliver the data. With one of the things also we have in the European Social Survey is when you as a national coordinator, you send the data, and they check for everything with different algorithms, and they tell you back a report. This is wrong. Correct this. This is a code that shouldn't exist. On and on and on. So the problem is that sometimes it takes a while until you finish the survey and you send it to actually Norway, and in Norway they check the data and tell you, okay, those are the mistakes, the things or clarifications that we need in your data set, and they're very strict about it too. So when a country is in a release of the European Social Survey, that goes by release, is because they have been already checked substantially before it's released. Okay. And also, let me tell you this. I'm going too much into the technical stuff. Also, even though it has been released, a team of people working in the European Social Survey are still checking and checking and checking, and only checking, but also we are receiving emails from researchers telling us, okay, we detected this problem with the data set, so we correct the problems, and we send information to all the research and the community saying, okay, this is a new release, this is 0.12 or 2.1 point or whatever, this data set, because we detected this error and error. Sometimes there are minor errors, but we correct everything. We double check everything. Okay, so this is about the round 10. This information is coming out. Still, that is only available to 25 countries. The rest are still coming. And also, this is the problem with a problem, and who knows, maybe the advantage of the face-to-face versus self-competition. Some of the countries were forced to have self-competition on this case, and we were not in the European Social Survey. Well, it's make a crisis an opportunity. So we see it's a difference in the results depending on the mode of collection of the data, and we did it that way. And a questionnaire, very fast, is questionnaire on internet use, social trust. Another question is political interest, trust on others, and this kind of stuff. Self-well-being, socio-demographic profiles, and this kind of stuff. Like, let me tell you also, that is what is called the common core of the European Social Survey. And the common core has been discussed for years and years, and we don't hardly touch that. That remains from round to round. The innovation in the questionnaires, it comes from what's called rotating models. Rotating models is the European Social Survey make a general call in Europe and say, okay, those who are researching in some topic they're interested on, please submit your proposal. And that's exactly what is the result of the model of democracy that we have on. Is you send a proposal, you propose questions, you explain theoretically why this is relevant, and on and on. And then when you send it, there's a committee deciding which one are relevant and on. And then when you are selected, it could be 2 or 3 models, They give you a space in the survey, and then it comes the methodological discussion. We propose, in this case, we propose different questions, and it's a committee discussing if those questions are right, not. They test them, and they provide responses or alternatives to your questions, right? Finally, just go to the big numbers. This is like the existing rotating models, has been many of them in different waves. So here is organized by waves. Obviously ours, in our case, we have been fortunate to be selected twice for round 6 and round 10, but it's different topics. So you can choose different topics and you compete. It's a competition for being selected in those models, in those rotating models. Here's the list. I don't want to go one by one because it will be very time consuming. And as I said, I'm going to try to be very brief about all of this. This is just the retaining models for round 9. And as an example, it's about timing of life. The other one is about justice and fairness. Okay, this is another example. Obviously, we are here, which is understanding and evaluations of democracy. This is our model. And also the digital social context in work and family life. So you see that is an important one. So we try to cover different topics on these topics. And those are the forthcoming one. Well, also about US COVID. Okay, there's about 20 questions about COVID. They're coming in this round 2 as well. And also we have rotating models for round 11 already approved that are going to be happened. So gender and contemporary Europe, rethinking equality and backlash. Also we can, so there's social inequalities and in health and their determinants too. That's an important model that's coming for the next round and on and on. And I promise I'm going to be as fast as possible. Okay, this is our, and I'm going to go further with this. This is Active Horizon 2020, in which the European Social Survey is also presenting themselves. They're mostly their proposals that has to do with methodological innovation. Okay, and this is the register of users has been increasing almost exponentially. This is the number of academic publications. The numbers are impressive. And there is more data. We actually, the European Social Survey hired a company to evaluate actually our performance, and those all numbers that are produced by these, the growth of the USS users base on over time, so people who are repeating and how are doing it. We have all this information, active users. So it's people like, one thing is downloading the data, another thing is people that we know they're producing data, something with the data, and we try to evaluate that as well. This is also institutional hot pot, which means that 42 institutions with more than research of 500 confirmed users, including 15 with over 1,000. So we follow and track this information as well. And this is more metric analytics of who is using and what kind of scientific output is coming from. All this European Social Survey, and it's a lot of information. So I'm going to go very fast. In which this is information on Web of Science and other platforms that people are checking. Registering information on publications and on and on. So then the different disciplines. So you see, it's a multidisciplinary project. People think it's only about attitudes and political attitudes. It's a very multidisciplinary project. Finally, let me tell you, this is like a institutional publication hotspot. Yeah, Barcelona is there, so I guess we are actually doing a lot of stuff about that. But there's different spots in all over Europe, and this is examples of not academic impact. And I'm going to go with one of those, but there is a list of academic impact. It means that situations in which the information provided by the European Social Survey has been essential in the decision-making process in many of these countries to take decisions about specific policies. Okay, I'm not going to go in the detail of that. Yes, one in Ireland, one in Latvia, and other countries, and it's a long list, and I don't want to go into there. So that is the end. I want you to tell you exactly, that this is a huge project that needs an important support for all the social science, that is unique, and is to me, I look at it and I have to understand and convince all the science that there is an infrastructure of research. And politicians and policymakers don't understand this, but this is our, particle accelerator, and we need to have that in social science. And it's especially in those times in which we are talking about crisis of democracy and many other problems like polarization and many other things that are going on in our society. Thank you for your attention.
So, thank you very much. Can I have screen here? So, just for conclusion, very short. So, lunch is ready. It's still warm, I hope. However, I just would like to say one thing. It's like before, concluding remarks, I would like to show you something like in ESS. So, as it was described by Professor Torkal, so this is research infrastructure. So infrastructure is something which others could use or should use, and we are happy if people use it. And it's actually our aim. So one thing is that all the data sets could be downloaded from the website of European Social Survey. So any researcher could use it. So they are quite fast after the finish of fieldwork. After cleaning the data are publicly accessible. However, to be able to use it, you need to have statistical skills. So for some researchers, it is obstacles. It is obstacle also for media users, or people from various kinds of authorities, opinion leaders. And actually we provided something which should help use the data and also make it more accessible, it is something which is viewer. In Polish it is przeglądarka, and przeglądarka is here. So actually today we have, in the morning it didn't work because it seems like we had some hackers attack. But I hope it will work. So unfortunately, this one is in Polish, but I know that central team of ESS is working on the same stuff. So here we have, here's a tool. Okay, I need to accept just what I would like to show you. So we can select round of ESS. We can select what kind of question it is. Let's say politics, and then we can select country. Okay, let's stay in Poland. And let's look at a distribution of answers of one question. So question is how much you're able to participate in organized group in dealing with political matters. And we have results of the survey in Poland. It could be downloaded as well. It could be also the table could be also taken. So actually, the end user doesn't need to have advanced statistical skills to look at the data, to browse the data. And also it could be cross-tabulated according to various parameters like gender, age, education. So let's go with education. And we know how interest is, how the ability of being active politically in organized group, how differs between education groups. Below secondary education, above secondary education, and so on and so forth. So everyone could use it. So please use it. Please cite it. And we hope we'll have also impact for academia and also for outside academia. So it was for conclusions, so instead of conclusions. So thank you very much for attending the conference. It was a pleasure to host you. I would like to thank also people who are on the internet, on Zoom. And the next round of ESS, so the future is, so we are going to, so the fieldwork, so the questionnaires will be full. So we'll go to respondents this year with the new module, so with the round 11 of ESS, because it was cumulation because of COVID. Probably next year we'll have next conference. You will be noticed about it. You will be informed. Well, That's all for today. And yeah, thank you.